Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's live stream. We're gonna continue our work on the long climb. All right. Today we're gonna try to focus on adding inventory slash item system to the game. Uh, Basically, ability that we can have items defined in a game. Okay, that the user could have those items. In various amounts, whatever, just so that we can later in the game implement that. Okay, you can maybe harvest iron of the rock as your base is climbing, or pick up ammo and deliver to a turret. Have building materials, all that stuff. So be the classic Minecraft-like inventory system. Something that is often a standard in various kinds of survival-ish games, or many even RPG FPS games or whatnot. So nothing inventive. The only thing that I want to mention here is that I want the system to be designed in a way that in the future it won't be too much work to make it so that the definitions for items are described not only within the game, but also to have a possibility of, let's say, adding some JSON file or YAML file or whatnot that describes additional items, so that it will be easy for others to make mods that maybe change some properties, add properties, and do other things. So yeah, that's that. So maybe I'm gonna show you what I started tinkering with just a little bit. I barely started thinking about how I want to solve it, and I already have problems that we'll need to debug first. But the whole idea is that we have a separate module that I'm going to call items core. All right, and this will be basically a separate module that's purely concerned only about items and how they are managed. This way I can make sure that some of its functionality won't be too intertwined with other things, because it's a completely separate module. And the way I'm trying to figure it out somewhat is so that I basically want to start from the part of the system that will be basically responsible for loading and storing and allowing for access to definitions of items. Because usually in games you have 2 or maybe even 3 different representations of the item. Okay, first of all, you have something laying on the ground, sitting on a table. It's like an in-world representation of an item, usually some kind of physical object that has some kind of 3D model, and you can just walk up and press E to pick up or something, right? So that's one way to display it. Then you have a second way to display it. It's in your inventory, right? You have an icon that you can drag around, and it tells you, okay, you have maybe 30 of them right now, because there's a number. You can divide it into separate stacks of items, so you can think of it as a stack of items. Sometimes, like a weapon, it will be just one because you can't stack them or whatnot. But that's the second way to represent the item. So those two so far are some kind of instances of the item, that actual items that the player can interact with and have. And then the third representation of it is purely the definition of the item, which means that, okay, an item like, for example, what could a player pick up? Let me think. For example, an iron ingot, right? We're just gonna go with simple things. For example, an iron ingot. Its definition would say that, okay, its name is iron ingot, maybe that's its description. Additionally, maybe has a weight of £5, or that it stacks up to 50, because different items could stack to different amounts, right? And a bunch of other properties. And the thing is, the reason to have that third definition of item, just a definition with all those properties separate, is so that if I'm gonna have, let's say, if this will end up being one of those games where you have 200 items on the player, there's no need to copy that data over and store it with each item, because they all share that data, right? Iron ingot, every instance of iron ingot will be the same, right? So inside a definition, we can have all the properties that the item has, and the physical representation will be only pointing like, okay, I am item with this ID, and it can quickly grab and look up the definition of the item. It can just point to it. That I'm this. I'm an iron ingot, nothing else. We don't need that data stored there. And that definition can also store information like, okay, this is the icon. This is the texture for that icon of the item, and also this is the class, because in Unreal Engine that would be a class that will be spawned as an actor in 3D. When you spawn the item, you throw it out of your inventory, it will be spawned as that. And maybe we could have even a situation where item has a fourth representation, because it's, for example, something that you can equip, like for example, a wrench that you're holding. It will be then spawned as a different form, as some kind of subclass of weapon that the player the player actor can actually interact with and hold, and that will enable then some other additional actions like, maintain the engine or disassemble this or something, right? So the whole idea is to start with this core part of this core system that will allow us to store and basically load and store, and then all those item definitions. And then during the gameplay, it would also allow us to from wherever we are, quickly, hey, give me a definition of iron ingot. Bam, here's a definition, because I need to, for example, display a tooltip with a description when the user clicks the item, right? Because usually you don't see the description unless you select the item and it shows up somewhere on the side. So that's something we could start building today. And the way I wanted to build it is like I mentioned, I want it to be a separate module so that it's as separated from everything as possible. I like things modular. And then I've thought, you know what? We won't have multiple instances of that system that has, is maintaining the definitions of items. So this instantly, screams, hey, this could be a singleton, something that's, one item, one instance of that class shared with everything. And Unreal Engine has basically a special functionality already built in for that called subsystems. So I read up a little bit on it, on the subject, and I created a very basic definition of item subsystem. Okay. So the way I defined it is, we have, so here it is. Okay. So item subsystem. It's just a subsystem of UWorld subsystem. So this UWorld subsystem, what it means is that this item subsystem will be automatically instantiated, created for us whenever we create a world, okay? And whenever the world gets destroyed, this gets destroyed as well. So the way it works in Unreal Engine is that when I click start a game, even in the editor, I click start, play in the editor. Unreal Engine maintains its own instance of the editor of the world, whatever you're editing right now. Then when you play start, click start, it literally clones the world as a new one. This will instantiate our system automatically. And then when we finish playing, it will go away. So this is something where basically what will happen is that Whenever you load the game, you turn on the game, this doesn't load up yet. The moment you click OK, start game, and it starts to loading our game, then this is going to automatically kick in and potentially load all the definitions of the items. Okay, so that's that. And the only things we have here is we store. Wait, where is it? Here. We store basically a map between a name and the F item definition, which we'll get to in a second. So these are basically all, like a dictionary of all the item definitions. I decided to go with F name for the ID of the item because storing them by ID in a way of this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's simple, but at the same time, hard to remember. And as we'll be working on a game, I don't know if this will be a game with, tons of different items, or it will be just with a few. We'll see where we'll end up. But basically, to refer them by strings will be a little bit easier. And fname has the benefit of a benefit where the same string, it converts the string into just a number. And therefore, we're storing only a number, which is already what we wanted behind the scenes, right? So it's optimal. And two different F names, if they have the same content, they'll be the same number. So it's basically hashed. And what it will also enable us easily is basically we can prefix all the names of our in-game items with something like base or maybe TCC or TLC for the long climb, right? And therefore, if modders will then come in and want to define their own items, they won't be colliding with names that we define. They don't have to define their own IDs or whatnot. We aren't restricted too much by some problems that, for example, early Minecraft modding had the problem with that, where this mod adds items from ID from this to that. The other mod creates items from that to that ID, and there were conflicts between mods and whatnot. So this would, I believe, allow me to change things up a little bit. Also, I think would make in the future a little bit easier to maybe make I uninstall this mod, I replaced it with this one to make sure that the world doesn't break and a few other things. So that's the idea here. And we also have a simple function to get item definition, and all that it does is it simply says, hey, find the checked and basically get the item with that unique ID, which is fname, which is already just a number. So it's literally like a quick lookup of a number and a hashed map. So it's gonna be really fast. So that's that. And do we have anything else here? Yeah, then we have basically also a little helper, a static helper, a static, get that will give us the copy, a reference to that item subsystem. And this is just to be used on the C++ side, so I don't need to run that code every time I want to get the system. It would just, I can say item subsystem dot get, and there we go. I get that subsystem instead of running this whole weird stuff. It might be just a bit easier. On the Blueprint side, it won't be. I didn't even expose it to Blueprint side because Blueprints have their own little fun thing with subsystems, where instantly get a nice fancy node. So that's that. And now we can take a peek at F item definition. I have it higher up here. So for now, I want to start with something simple. So the idea is that the definition of the item for now will just have the name of the item, the description, the max stack size. What is the max number of that item in a single stack? And this will, let me just make sure that my volume's up. Okay, it's up. I just need to check from time to time in case something goes wonky. So the idea here is that, in an item definition, we can just specify that, okay, the maximum stack size for this item is 50. For this one is maybe 200 or something, right? For some small item. Uh, and how many are currently in that item instance, that's up to the item instance. The definition doesn't need to know that. This is just a definition describing the item. And for now, I threw in weight. I don't know that will matter too much, but it will be kind of fun to make the player just move slower if they are, carrying too much or something. And then I added basically a pointer to an icon, and I guess I should do T object pointer instead of normal pointer because it's the U property. So that's something I read about that Andrew is recommending now. And then we have also, I basically made it that I can link a basically instead of an actor to possibly instantiate. And I wonder if I should make it probably something like weak or I think I used it somewhere else. Let me just see here. Soft object pointer. Possibly. To that thing. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work. Right now it's unhappy. Oh, it doesn't like nesting. Huh. I guess Unreal doesn't like nesting. That's a new one. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. Just for now. I simply don't know how to tackle yet. We're gonna learn soon. Okay. So that's that part. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think so. So just to store those, just to have some definition, we can start expanding on it as we go. The whole idea here is that we can keep changing it as, we don't have any specific asset that just holds it all, and the moment I change something, everything breaks. We don't have anything like that to worry about, therefore I can keep changing it. It will just reload, we can change the way it loads it and whatnot. So that's that. So we have the subsystem defined, and we can access it, which I tested shortly. Briefly, and I can access it. The thing is that we don't have any items yet, and we need to load them somehow. So I figured, what if we're gonna make it that we have a set of like very basic items that we want to always have in the game, that we don't want them disabled or whatnot, and like the core items, and we could just have them as a data table inside the engine, so they're easy to edit. We don't need to deal with any files initially, and to just start prototyping. And so I started figuring out how do I actually attach it here, because the thing is that initially this starts up before we even load up everything else, so that's one thing. The second is that we simply there's no way to configure it because it's nowhere accessible in the editor itself, the system. So one option would be, okay, when the level starts, like the main level or whatever, just load up the actors, load up all the items, right? But at the same time, we kind of want to have all that a little bit ahead of time. So I found somewhere, let me just go somewhere here, and I can just search for something like Unreal Engine developer settings C++. Okay, so there's an option to easily add custom project settings to Unreal Engine. Okay, so this is basically an example of being able to just configure something in the project settings, like maybe a table path, and we just have a path to our data table, right? And therefore we can load it whenever we need to. And the way it works is that you define a class that inherits from you developer settings, and that's it, right? And there you can basically set up some kind of properties on it, and magically it's gonna show up in your settings where you can link up some of the existing assets because it's within the editor. And just like that. Okay, I have my game settings, whatever, save game settings. It showed up here for some reason. And there you go. I can set this, I can hook up the table path or whatever, and that's that. So I would like to do that. It's just right now, it's not compiling. And I need to figure out why. That's the part of learning Unreal with C++. You need to figure out why things aren't compiling because the only thing I'm getting is a very, very, very strange error. Yeah, like static class, U class, whatever that means. Referenced in function public static class, U class. This and that and that. It's just very cryptic. So I literally just copy pasted it to Claude. Okay, this is my code. This is the error I'm getting, and this is actually pretty long error. Like, there's plenty here. And let's see what it said. The errors you're seeing are linker errors, which typically occur when the linker can't find the definition of certain symbols, functions, variables that are used in your code. In this case, it seems that the linker is unable to find implementations for the uDeveloper settings class. Okay, here are a few potential reasons and solutions for these errors. Missing module dependency. So that will be interesting. The most likely cause is that your module, items core, is not properly set up to depend on the module containing uDeveloper settings. In Unreal Engine, uDeveloper settings is part of the developer settings module. Interesting. To fix this, you need to add the developer settings module as a dependency of your module's build file. Add the following line to the constructor of your module's build class. Okay, so let's search for our items core build CS. Let's see if that works. All right. For now, I'm just gonna add the changes here to my thing. Okay. Interesting. So let's just do this. Initial items system settings class. I just want to quickly revert the changes if I'm gonna make them. And that's that. So we have our items core build CS. Okay. So we've got our public dependency modules and private dependency modules names. Oh, which one is called suggesting? Public dependency module names. Okay, so it suggests, hey, how about developer settings? Okay, because we've got it here, right? Does it need to be? Because engine isn't private, so what happens if I'm gonna just paste it here? Control S. Writer is waiting, syncing projects and whatnot. That will work. That will be the easiest fix ever. At the same time, it's like, how would I know about that? How do you know when something is in a different module? Okay, I thought for a second, can I rebuild it now? Maybe it's gonna magically work. Oh wow, it actually magically worked. Okay, that's not a bad way to start a stream with a little win in the first 25 minutes. Great. Use collection expression, huh? Oh, because this is, C#, so we don't even need the new in here. That's right. We don't even need that. There we go. Let's make that C# a little bit nicer. Okay. Specified type to declare target this target rules. Undo. No, That's good. Okay. How weird. How very strange. Yeah. Okay, let's rebuild, start the editor, and just make sure that it shows up. And I just screwed something up. Please work now. Items core built. Ah. So this, I guess, really needs to be like that. Maybe this is some older version of C# or something. How odd. Um, Come on, what's going on? Syncing projects, thinking. Okay. Okay, so we know not to touch those. Okay, let's rebuild it, and now it's just instantly good. Okay, so we're starting on the editor, and let's see what happens. Okay, we've got our editor. All right. So if I'll go to project settings, will I have? Look at that. Item subsystem settings. There we go. Base item definitions table, and I can just select one. This is not great. Just to have in a project settings your own little thingy. That's so awesome. I like how easy that is. As long as you know that you need to add module. And the other thing is that, for example, in the player, anywhere I can right click and do item subsystem and get the item subsystem. And there we go. And we can do our get item definition, right? We provide a unique ID like a TLC iron ingot. And we should get a definition. And that definition is here. Can I break item definition? And there we go. We've got our all our stuff here. Great. Okay, this is exciting. All right. So if that's the case. Wow, this is great. So what if I'm going to go, for example, in our core, let's just create content, new folder, items, or sure, items. For now, we can always reorganize things. It's not that bad in Unreal Engine as it is, for example, in comparison in Godot. In Godot, I found reordering and changing things up, hierarchy way more difficult. Okay, so here let's try to basically create new. What is miscellaneous or something? Miscellaneous data table. Okay, and now the type. Can we use our item? No, we can't. I wonder what makes it to be allowed to use in a table definition. I mean, in a data table. Because we have it as blueprint type. What else can we define on the thing too? Blueprintable is... What does it mean? Because blueprint type is expose the struct as a type that can be used for variables and blueprints. Blueprintable is... You know what? Let's just look it up here. And NUI docs, we go to usestruct. So what do we have here? Blueprint type. Setting this allows the struct to be added as a variable to blueprints. To expose a struct to blueprint with blueprint read only. Okay. Then hidden by default, disable split pin. We want all those fun things. Native break. Nope. Because that would mean that we can just define our own behavior when we right click break to provide pins and whatnot, but I am not touching that functionality. Immutable. Legal in object.age as being phased out. And this too as well, I recall. That's it? Really? Am I trying to do something that's not possible? Unreal Engine C++ struct for data table. Use C++ struct in data table. Your struct needs to be derived from F table row base in order to be made. Data table data types are limited. You might consider using numbers instead of enums. It kind of sounds you're making nested struct. I think you need it to be outside class in order to work. Okay, so we just need to make it inherit from F table row base. Derive. Can we derive a struct? How do you derive in C++? That's not a question. How did it happen with our U class? Just like that. Okay. Save. Let's stop the engine because we don't need that. And let's try to rebuild and see if that works. Okay, compiled, no problem. No complaints there. Now we can go and items, right click, miscellaneous data table. Item definition. There we go. Okay. We'll call it DT for data table and we'll call it base scheme items. Okay. Double click and there we go. We have no rows, but we can, for example, create a first row, right? There it is. And name will be iron ingot. Okay. Description. Ingot of mostly pure iron. Okay. And ingot. Max stack size, let's say ingots are hefty, so let's say you can fit 10 of them in a stack, or let's do 20 to be generous. Okay, weight, each one will be 5 pounds or something. Well, I'll make it in pounds or kilograms. That's the good question. Or just make up. I'm just gonna assume this is in pounds. Even though I would prefer metric, but oh well. Icon, I don't have any icons yet, so I'll leave those empty for now. And this in-world class, I feel that for sure I will need to define it something else than just a reference to some kind of actor, because that means that it would load it. Like whenever we load this data table, we'll load all the actual blueprint classes and everything. Oh, and that would be probably not even. Oh, I see. Because that wouldn't be. I'm just trying to get a reference to an actor that's already instantiated, while I need to just. Oh, no. Because I made it to be a subtype of that thing. That makes it U class. So that's literally just choose a type, right? Maybe. And it just shows the generic base classes, right? Oh, it's a generic actor class, and there we go. Script core U objects class script engine actor, right? Great. And as a texture, we're gonna choose an engine logo for now. There we go. Save. So the thing is that now I can go to project settings, go to item subsystem settings, and choose our data table base game items to be linked to in those settings. I'll save it all now. And we can basically do a little something here. Okay. So now our subsystem, we can override. We have two things to override: initialize and deinitialize. If we control click on UWorld subsystem, we can probably take a peek of what we have defined here. Okay. Um, so these are all public, right? We have the constructor that doesn't take anything. Get world reference, should create subsystem. Okay, so that's another thing that we can actually do, whether it should or not create the subsystem. And this is actually a good point, because if we're just running in the editor, we don't need to create that subsystem. It's like, what's the point? So maybe we're gonna do that, right? Mm, how to check if game is running in editor C++ Unreal Engine. Gosh, so many questions. If game is running. I'm creating an editor plugin, blah blah. Try to get current world type from your world if possible. Is editor world or is game world? Oh, okay. So it's just straight up static function. Oh, we just get the world and is game world. Oh, all right. That sounds good. And we actually have get world already defined on it that we could potentially override. Although it shows finals, that's interesting. And this is reference. This should not be called on default objects since the method assumes a valid outer world. So we're not doing that. So we have on post initialize calls called once, all those. So should create subsystem. I would like to override that. Can I just quickly do some magic with writer to override it or something? Control insert or something? Oh yeah, alt insert. Swap functions, stream operations, overriding members, and I want to override. Ooh, that is plenty to override. Holy moly. What was it called? Can or should or something like that? I don't remember the name. It's not here on the screen. Should create subsystem. Yeah, let's do this one. Okay. Should create subsystem. So I want to see how those override words work. Come on, I want it here on the side. What the heck? Oh, alrighty. So this was defined as should create. So we don't need this whole engine API because this is defined somewhere else. Virtual bool, we have the name, we have the same definition. It's constant and override. Okay, so it's literally copy paste this thing. Okay, sure. So should create subsystem. Let's just generate the implementation and what is it going to be? So if not this thing. So if basically if the parent says that we shouldn't be creating it, then just return false, okay? Otherwise, we'll just say if get world, right? And then we're gonna call is game world, return true. Otherwise, return false. I could just say straight up return this. So basically, if it's a game world, then we're gonna say, hey, yes, you can straight up instantiate the, start the subsystem. Otherwise, let's pretend the subsystem doesn't even exist. And this way, it won't be starting up whenever we just load the editor, right? And that's what those subsystems allow you to do, to make those basic decisions that, hey, don't run it in the editor, there's no point. And we're gonna test that. So other than that, in our subsystem, I would like to still take a peek a little bit at oh, not this thing, this thing. Okay. And and another thing with Unreal Engine that I'm finding nice is that, control click works and just takes me straight up to the definition, to the source code of the editor in an instant. Everything is right there. It's just really, really nice, and it's nicely written code too. It's not some kind of junk that you're just scratching your head like, what's going on here? It's just nice. Okay, so we've got should create subsystem, post initialize. Oh, so post initialize is called once all of the other UWorld subsystems have been already initialized. Oh, interesting. Because I'm thinking basically, when do we actually start loading all the stuff, all the definitions of items? When does the world basically start? And looking for options, what is here that we can actually hook up to? Because we have the overall initialize, which is here, right? Use subsystem implementation begin. So we have initialize. And then we have something that's post initialize. While not this one already initialized and all the other initialized, and they're all calling post initialize. And then on top of that, we have on world begin play, called when world is ready to start gameplay before the game mode transitions to the correct state, and call begin play on all actors. Yeah, so that's even later, I presume. And then we have on world components updated, called after world components. For example, line batcher and all level components have been updated. Okay. And update streaming state, update subsystem required streaming levels. Oh, we're not touching that. Okay. And then we have protected virtual. Does support world type. What? And here we're saying game, editor, and pi. Oh. So this is where we this might be actually the like where is it used? Should create subsystem. The default implementation, it checks it first and then checks if it's supported. Huh. So here all we need to do is override this thing and just say, you know what, this doesn't support the editor. And that's it. Play in that editor is fine, game is fine. Oh, that's amazing. So this functionality, I guess it's common. So I can straight up in my item subsystem, I can straight up ignore should create subsystem. Okay. And the same thing with this implementation here. And all I have to do is override this one instead. If I can. The question is, can I protect it? Does support world type? Can I just search for that? D does support. Does support world type? Oh, I didn't click it. Okay, so we just added the override on at the end, and that's it. Okay, makes sense. So I can take a peek, and this basically was showing that it returns something like this, and we can basically override it here, right? So have our own thing. I actually don't care about calling the super. I want my own implementation to completely override it. So we want to support game or Pi, but not editor. Uh, an active non-editor preview, game preview. Yeah, let's just for now do purely that. Game and play an editor, and that's it. Okay? This way, an editor when we're not playing the game, we're just, editing the world, the subsystem shouldn't initialize. Okay, so if that's the case, I'm gonna try to also override the other one, the initialize. And maybe we're gonna try to load the stuff during initialization and see, A, if we can do that, and B, start printing some stuff out to the console maybe or something. See what happens. So let's override, and that was son of I. Initialize, yes, initialize. Okay, there we go. So yeah, let's do stuff here. So we call the base initialize, whatever it does, I'll let it do its thing. It's a subsystem. And then we'll basically say print out initialization message. So I learned that this UE log is actually like an old thing, and we should use log fmt, which is more modern, and we don't need to do weird stuff here. So log temp, this will be log, and we'll just say item subsystem initialized. Okay. Hopefully that's enough. We'll see if that compiles. And then we'll have to do load item definitions from disk. So I don't think we changed too much here. Let's stop the edit, okay? And I'm going to build it. And when we start the editor, let's see if we're gonna get any messages about the subsystem, okay? Because the thing is that the moment editor starts, this preview here is an actual world. It's a copy of a world. So if I'm going to go to output log, we already have all that stuff, whatever that is. Item. Nothing there. Log class error. Int property f item definition max stack size is not initialized properly. Module items core file public item substance age. Oh. Huh? Double. It doesn't like the max stack property for some reason. What the heck? Not sure about that. But when I start a game here, we should already have it somewhere. Item subsystem initialized. When I stop, it should automatically be wiped out. Okay. So that's great. So now we can try to implement loading those item definitions from disk. So I would need to load the what do you call them? The data stuff. Do I have it somewhere here? Excuse me. Today I'm starting a stream already kind of tired. So let's see. We can just search for a simple thing. Unreal Engine, data table, C++. Okay. Do we have something more interesting here? Find row. Okay, so there's find row. So let's just do that, the data table, and let's see what we have here. So, oh, and how do I get the settings? That's another thing I don't remember. Yeah, I don't have any links here. Didn't we have it here? Oh yeah, it was here. Defining the settings in C++. Great. And then we have to access the developer settings in C++, we use the class default object as that's already automatically instanced for us and access using the get default. Okay, so all we do is he's doing this from the subsystem as well. That's funny. Oh, that's really funny. So we just call, hey, this thing of mine, get default of that thing, and then we can start doing things like access defaults from the thing, slot name and whatnot, or data table as an pointer to it is basically dynamic table path load synchronous. Make sure it's loaded into memory. Get only resolves if already loaded previously elsewhere in code. Okay, so let's just straight up copy this thing and we're gonna repurpose it for our purpose. Okay, so what we want to do here is basically have the cost u item subsystem settings. So be is settings. Okay, so we should get that, right? Then we don't want to care about that one. We just need to load it. So in our case, instead of dummy table path, it was base item definitions table load synchronous. So it'll be base item. Let's just do item definitions table. Okay, we should get it here, and then I would check if it's valid. If not, is valid this thing. Then we're just gonna log the error, and I'm gonna use the new thing, and we're not gonna do this weird stuff. Okay, there we go. Failed to load item base item definitions table. Make sure the table is set in the settings. Okay. And we'll return for now. That okay, we'll finish this initialization. But if it's not invalid, we're just gonna load it, okay? So get table data. Let's see. Item definitions. Whoa. There's even for each row? What? I want to see what we have available. Serialize. Add row. Add row. Copies row data into table. That is, create a row if not found and copy data into the row map based on row data. Interesting, because you can't edit the data tables during runtime, right? But I don't think we need this whole table here like that. We have empty table info, huh? Okay, find row and find row. So we have row name, and then we've got the context string and warn if row missing. Weird. Register for each row, and so this is where we would give the function reference, basically add some kind of row, and we have post load, remove row, but we can just iterate it over them, right? Find row, get all rows, and it returns the array of them. Okay, that's good. Get table data, get array for each row in a table. What? Get array for each row in the table. The first row is the titles. Oh, an array of arrays of f string. That's so weird. Okay, struct name and whatnot. Not really. Can I just get all rows and okay, so we can define the type here, right? And f item definition. And what's in here? Character context string. I have no idea what the context string is here. What the fuck is this for? And the out row array. Oh, I see. Um, Raw item definitions. So we need to do this thing, right? And I do something with it to ampersand or something. It's unhappy about that. Why is it unhappy? What's the problem? Are given types constant character 17. Oh, because this needs to be some kind of text or whatever. Uh, Honestly, I have no idea what I'm doing. F string. How the heck do I make an F string? I have no clue what I'm doing. um, Conversion of second argument is ill-formed non-const value reference. This should be constant. I mean, it is, right? Or it's not. Oh dear. Second argument. So it should be the context that T array. Okay, so let me think about it. Get all rows. So let's just do this. Do get all rows of the data table as f out of definition. Add each row to out of definitions map. Keyed by the ID property of this. And I'm gonna copy this thing and just give it to Claude. I want to see how it's gonna approach it. Okay. Let's just start a new chat. And this is my Unreal Engine C++ code. Can you please complete the to do for me? So all that looks good. All that looks good. Nothing changed around. So it added a star here. What? An array of pointers to f item definitions. I thought that those pointers are not allowed. Get rows. Okay. For each row, do the stuff. So let's see if that's gonna be actually happy. Okay, it's not unhappy. Context string, no idea what that's about. And then I can just straight up specify those, right? So we're going for, and we hit constant f item definition. All right, and we're just going over if the pointer is correct. Item definitions add, get the ID, and point it there, and blah and blah and blah. Okay, that works. And how do I have defined the thing? It's not a star in here. Really? No, it doesn't allow a star to be here as your property. How interesting. How the hell does it work then? Maybe, oh, probably the T map already implies that it's a pointer. Okay, that makes sense. So encounter nor item definition while populating item definitions map. Okay, great. So that's that, and we just continue. And then we have how many definitions we loaded. Okay, so let's stop the editor. I don't think I needed to, but I want to rebuild it and see if it works. Okay, builds, the engine starts. Okay, it started. Let me just peek if we have it in settings. In settings, we still have that asset. Okay, and it points that it's here. Everything's still specified here. So everything seems to be fine. And here we could probably just localize it to different languages, different things, right? So that's the power of the ftext. Okay, so what happens if I'm gonna start? And the log. A lot have happened. Okay, item subsystem initialized, loaded one item definitions. Perfect. So that's the thing. That's where we loaded this stuff. So in theory, we could make it that let's just do temporary item, okay? We're gonna make it this new blueprint class, normal actor, okay? BP test in world item, okay? And the only thing that's gonna do is that we're gonna give it some kind of text render that it's just gonna show text. Let's just make it nicely centered or whatnot. Can I do that quickly? Yes, I can. And let's also add like a sphere to it. Okay, sure. So just grab the text, put the text a bit higher up. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do now is let's go to event graph and we're gonna make it so that we're gonna add a new variable. I'll say item ID. Okay. This will be name, fname. Okay. We'll make it visible and we'll make it also instance editable. Okay. Initially ID is not set. And on event begin play, I want to just do item subsystem. Okay. Get item definition when the game starts, and ID will be whatever we have defined here. Okay. Just like that. And then we're gonna grab the text render. Text, is there something like set text? Get text and set text. There we go. So let's just make sure that this is valid. Oh, I can't. I guess my get item definition should also specify if we're gonna get the value. So definition name will be just set here. Okay, we just ask for the item, and it should be just placed here. Okay, so I'm gonna compile it, save it, and if I'm gonna grab this test world item, I'm gonna plop it here. I'm gonna click play. Bam. Why did it change to iron ingot? I didn't specify it to be iron ingot yet. Ooh, this is different. Right? I don't have a specified iron ingot. Item ID is none. What? Return iron ingot? So let's just go here and create row name. That's a different one. Another row and another row. Okay. So this thing will be maybe gold ingot. Well, maybe something more practical, something more like in a game. It will be small turret bullet. Okay. I'll whatever. Small caliber bullet. Huh. So let's just make it 9mm bullet. Okay, there we go. Basic 9mm bullet and max stack size. In a box like that, I don't know how many. I have no idea. Let's say 400. Okay. I'm sure. Maybe it'll be fine actually. And weight, I have no idea how much they weigh. 10 pounds or something. I have no idea. Icon. We'll make it the same here. An actor. I don't care. And then we're gonna add another one, which will be maybe some kind of iron beam. Simple, structural. Well, iron beam doesn't sound anything structural, but yeah. We'll say stack size 10. Each one is 50 pounds, and there we go. I'm gonna save it. So what's gonna happen now when I'm gonna play? Now it's iron beam. Play again. Same thing. It just grabs the lightest or something. What is going on? Um. So when we have our get item definition, find checked. Find a reference to the value associated with a specified key. Returns a value associated with it, or triggers an assertion if the key does not exist. If it doesn't contain it, attempted to get item definition with ID this, but it was not found. Okay, and returns an empty one. Well, let's recompile it like that and see what happens. Okay, finished. Great. So let's run it now. Did I get any info like that? It loaded one item definition. What? Oh, because I need to scroll down, of course. Um, I mean, it should loaded one item definition. What is going on? We just saved it. Uh, Something weird is going on. Iron beam. Let's just add code to the loading code. What's going on? Because we're going for each F item definition and item definition rows, which is all those. Get all rows. Um, log. Wait, UE log FMT. Load identification with this, with ID, blah blah blah, right? So I want to see all those because something's not adding up. Okay, start. Still iron beam. Where's the initialization? Why? Okay. Item subsystem initialized. Loaded item definition with ID none. Then ID none and then ID none. Okay, that's why we are having trouble because IDs are showing up as none. Okay. That makes sense now, right? Because unique ID is none. Why is it none? Get all rows. What does it do? Because get all rows of that type array. What? Struct null pointer. Blah blah blah. If it's child of static struct, correct type. Serve. What the heck is going on? Jarred data table dot h. Oh, that is dot h. Oh, dot h has definition implementations. What the heck is going on? Let me stop the editor and restart it to see if that changes anything, if it changes how we load that asset. But now, because we still 3 elements, so it knew what these were 3 elements, it just doesn't load them properly. That is not great. Output log, and we have, yeah, with ID none. That's what it is. So something tells me this whole get all rows is failing at something here. Hmm. Item definition. And we can access the unique ID. Yeah. I'm gonna try the newer ChatGPT to figure out what is wrong with this code. The O preview. Okay. Can you tell me why the unique ID seems to be always be set to nothing for every item, even though it's set in the data table in the editor? and properly saved. Uh, this is my Unreal Engine function that I'm using. I'm just gonna do it here. And let's see if it's gonna think of something, right? Because it's thinking. Testing the okay, investigating issue and if I misconfigurations. Struct being of a type that Unreal Engine data table system doesn't support for serialization. Specifically FGUID table type. Oh, you are so wrong. So let's edit it. And we're gonna add also, this is the F item definition type or struct. I'm gonna give it a struct. Because in the struct, you can see that this is just an F name, which should be absolutely fine. Okay, let's see what it's gonna come up with this time. Unique ID property not being marked with the U property macro. What? I don't have macro on it? Look at that, I actually don't have it. What the heck? How did that happen? Hmm. How did I miss that? I can't believe it. Save it, compile it, and let's see what happens. But it was a oh, unique ID. Yeah, that's the one that wasn't showing up. The name as text was showing up, but not the unique ID. That's true. So that compile now happily. And that's probably what the Unreal Engine problems will be. Just something really simple, which I don't mind. This is a good way to. This is the way you learn what can go wrong, and you know what to check for next time. Okay, so let's load up the table again. First of all, here we can see definition unique ID, definition name. That's what we're gonna print, while unique ID we pass in here. Great, that's good. So that one should be fine. What I want to do is go to our items. And here now we see unique ID is nothing. So it'll be TLC underscore iron and gut. Okay. Then we're gonna have TLC ammo 9mm. And this one will be TLC resource iron beam. Whatever. Just so that we have some unique name. Okay. Well, I didn't press enter. TLC 9mm. Wait. Bullet 9mm. Enter. Oh, I need to hit enter. And not bullet, so be ammo. Let's use more of those underscores. I think that's gonna be a little bit nicer. And got underscore iron. And the thing is that they are all case insensitive, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna just try to start getting some convention TLC underscore beam underscore iron. Save it. Okay. So what's gonna happen now? I start a game, stop the game. Output log. When we go up, we can see loaded item definitions with TLC iron ingot, ammo 9, and beam iron. So loaded 3 item definitions. Great. So a little bit later, when we start, we should have an error because we tried to look for something that doesn't exist. But we're not showing any errors. So that's interesting. Because I'm going to start and my whole item just disappeared. Oh, because I never placed it in the world. I haven't saved the world. So I'm going to plop it here. Okay, I'm going to save it. And when I start, no text, right? And if I'm gonna go to output log, there we go, warning. Attempted to get item definition of ID none, but it was not found, okay? So if I'm gonna send item ID to be TLC underscore something like, what was it? Ammo underscore 9mm, enter. I'm gonna play, and bam. It knows that it's 9mm bullet. Just like that. It loaded up, it got access to everything else that it would need to. So, okay, that works. That means that something completely unrelated can easily access the data without us doing much else. Okay, I'm starting to be happy that this system works. I mean, it would be kind of nice if I could use the assets or whatever, because the alternative to using the data table would be to define an asset type, data asset type, and then I could create just separate ones that I could drag or do some other stuff with. But the thing is that the game will be 99% procedural, right? It procedurally spawns those items, procedurally spawns some other items, and this and that and that. And therefore, I don't really need to have those things because, okay, if at this height, this resource spawns in that amount and blah, blah, blah. All that kind of, again, will be just grabbing for a pool of properties and whatnot, which will be defined in text files, configuration files. So again, I don't want to define it here in the editor because I want it to be editable by players in the future. So okay, that works out great so far. But what if I'm gonna say that this item here that I just created is the thing to do the temp or test BP test world item, right? That's one thing for the iron beam. For 9mm bullet, maybe I want the player character, right? Do we have that BP player character? Right? It's an actor too. So what if I'm gonna save it all now? And can I just go here, right click, and I want to see the reference viewer. Player character. This is our base game items. So it has reference to this one. These are references too. But are those weak references? Because the thing is that sure I'm referencing them, but am I loading them? How do I figure that out? So basically, let me grab that piece of code for the item definition, right? These are just names, text, and integer, and double. They don't hold any, it's just a value that we need to store and that's it. So there's no way around that. But then what? We have icon, right? So we have an object pointer to U texture 2D. Can I make it a weak object pointer? Or shouldn't I have it as weak object pointer? Because the thing is that it points at a resource, and I guess it needs to be loaded. So let me just grab that and ask AI a few questions, because, you know, I'm kind of confused. So I'm gonna start a new question with normal chat. Um, this is my C++ Unreal Engine struct that I'm using in a data table. Please analyze the code and tell me if either icon or in world class are being permanent loaded or are causing the referred data to be always loaded, like permanently loaded. Yeah, because if we're gonna have something like, I mean, there's no way we're gonna have even 1,000 items. But if we would, what would that mean? Do we load the textures, all of them at all times? Because that would be kind of not needed. Yes, the properties icon and in world class could potentially cause the referred data to remain loaded depending on how they're used, whether reference them are retained. So T object pointer texture icon. Unreal Engine uses textures like U texture 2D as assets, and if you reference an asset directly in a struct, it could keep the texture loaded into memory. However, T object pointer is designed to be more lightweight reference system. Not really, because in the back it's normal pointer. Will likely remain loaded as long as the owner asset is loaded. And then we have this T subclass of stores a reference to a class type, and generally does not load the class until it's needed. Exactly. However, depending on Unreal Engine. Okay, so with the subclass off, I'm not worried because this is only storing something called U class, which is a pointer to a type rather than actual instance of some asset. So I'll be fine with that one. But with this, we probably need to use soft object pointer. Yeah. Okay, soft object pointer. Let's do that. T soft object pointer for the icon. Okay. Gonna stop the engine and rebuild it. And let's see if that makes if that still works. The only thing is we'll need to call get on it to make sure that we actually get the reference and whatnot, but I wouldn't worry about that. Okay. Play the game again. And while this is starting, I'll be right back. Just gonna grab some water. Alrighty, I'm back and looks like the project loaded. Okay, so let's see if anything changed in our table. It still shows stuff loaded, I guess. Okay, I'm fine with that. we're still pointing at those icons, so that's great. And if I would open this one up, right? Our definition icon shows as texture 2D soft object reference. Well, this is actor class reference. So with class reference, we could do spawn actor from class, right? Bam. And we can spawn an actor to actually have the actor of the class. So that's great. Other than that, we could definition icon and we resolve soft reference, right? That turns into actual reference and valid. We can just check if it's valid. And if it's valid, then we can actually use it, all right? So that will be the case here, because this is just points to location somewhere. And referencing will probably just load the resource. I think load async load asset or load asset blocking, right? And we're gonna get object reference, which I guess then we would need to block it or something. That's something I'll need to figure out. Probably engine will figure most of it out for us. But who knows? Okay. I'm happy with the system so far because we can quickly look up something already, check it, whatnot. The only thing that I will probably add is a way to iterate over them. Because I'd expect that we want to do something with it at some point, like, hey, let's iterate over all the items or whatever. You know what? We don't need that functionality yet, so let's not implement it, all right? Because that means we just need to maintain more code. Let's just keep moving forward. We'll implement it wherever we actually need it. So what I'm gonna do is, yeah, we have those items for now, just some definitions. I'm gonna delete this guy. And then straight up in the temp, I'm gonna delete that test thingy. Oh, now we can because it's referenced inside our table. So let's remove those references as well, okay? Nothing here. And nothing here. And this thing has some just random actor. No thank you. Good. Now we're clean. And now we can go back here. Delete this. And right now it's just referenced memory. So screw that. Okay, good. And we know that none of it is loaded during now editing in the editor. So that's good. So the next step, I guess, will be to start figuring out how we can actually make those objects exist somewhere. So I will probably try to figure out how to make them I mean, in theory we could have a base item for them, right? And then we could have also some kind of inventory so that we can pick them up or something. So let's maybe make like a simple base class for now. We're gonna do it purely in blueprints right now because that's gonna be easier. So I'm just gonna go to items and create blueprint class. It'll be an actor, BP item base. Okay. Maybe not even item base. Maybe something like item. Let's do in world item base. Because I want to say that this is the thing that you actually place in the 3D world, not just an icon on a screen, okay? Let's open the full editor. And, well, what we would have here is just a mesh. So a static mesh. That'll be our root. Okay. Great. So that'll be our static mesh. The default one will be some kind of well, can I view the stuff from the engine content too? Like editor sphere? Or what else do we have? Axis, box empty. No, that's already mine. Um, arcade editor sphere. What? Control rig stuff. Okay, so this is stuff that might get destroyed at some point. Material sphere. There are some decent number of meshes here. Wait, what was that thing? Static mesh ball one. There we go. We'll just plop it there because this looks like a common placeholder. VR editor, basic meshes. Sure. So we've got that one. And what else would that be? The thing is, we want it to be interactive where we can look at it and pick it up. So I'm going to add a transceiver, signal transceiver. Okay. And what are we saying here? Accepts direct interactions. Yes. Okay. So that'll be that. And then I will also add a variable. And this variable will be basically item ID. Okay. And this will be our F name. This is what will be. This is basically what will tie our instance to what data type that is, so that we can figure it out on both ends. And we can use it that, okay, you pressed on it, the default behavior just makes the item disappear and show up, call something as, hey, this was picked up and now needs to be added to the player inventory or something. So let's make it not instance editable. This is just for the thing. Blueprint read only. Yes, because we don't want it to be changeable automatically. It's just that. Okay, category and whatnot. I don't care about that right now. Transient, save game, all that stuff. Whatever. We're not dealing with that yet. So now what I'm gonna do is single transceiver. We're gonna make it so that direct interaction signal received. Okay. So we're gonna get the value as in, wait, interaction type. Let's do switch on it. And we just have use right now only. And the value, we don't care about that because we just used it. So whenever we want to actually use the item, we're gonna make it disappear for now. Kill, right? Or destroy actor, and target itself. So we destroy the actor itself whenever we call use on it. So I think that will already work. We'll just, this is our item, right? We come up here, press E, and it destroys itself. There we go. Great, that works. So first of all, on that item, static mesh, please be smaller. Transform here. Okay, we need to leave it because the item itself will be scaling itself. It's too large on purpose. We can always change that later. But the default behavior is that it just destroys itself. And here we'll have a chance to basically call out the actor and say, hey, add item. And that could be an additional type of data, right? So let me just check something because I'm not sure how to handle this item ID. So let's say that I'm going to create a child blueprint. This will be BP dev basket. All right, now this will be the ammo 9mm. Okay, this will be our ammo 9mm item, right? And I don't have the variable to set here. Oh no. Or can I? Item ID. There we go. TLC underscore uh, ammo underscore 9mm. There we go. We have that value set. Great. And then we have this random start of tick enabled. I need to globally disable it in the project. Can I do that? Tick. Can blueprints tick by default? No. Save it. And did it change anything automatically? I don't think so, because this is already set here. Ay, ay, ay. What if I'm gonna go here? Say that it's not. So what's gonna happen if I'm gonna create new wall item? I don't know. New blueprint class. I just want to test if start with tick enabled. I don't know how that setting works. I'll need to investigate it at some point. Interesting. But okay. I'm on 9mm. I should be able to change the mesh here to our box. Okay, our empty box. That's it. And that's all I can change right now. But I could then just plop it here. I just walked up to it and press E and it disappear. Just like this one. So that works. This still works. Nothing broke. Great. And these are not interactive because they are different item. There we go. So if that's the case, that's good. Now we could work on... I mean, the thing is that I want to override this behavior. Or at least I want to override the bull. So the thing is that, okay, we have what kind of interaction we are handling. Okay, so that's fine. In theory, for now, we want it to be just used. I can't imagine any other use case on it right now. The only thing is that when we pick it up, maybe something would need to happen. Like when you pick up an item, maybe it's... I don't know. I want to just have an extra box here that calls functionality that could be overridden in a different blueprint. So let's add a function. Okay. It will be handle item pickup and category whatnot keywords pure colon editor access specifier. It's just protected. Yeah. Okay. And we have additionally the actor object reference to the player. Okay. Player pawn, player character, player pawn. Okay. And then do we have anything else that we're getting from it? Interaction type, which we don't care about. Okay, that's it. We could do that. It's an exec for sure. And then let's just add that it returns true or false if success. Because maybe there need to be some additional checks, right? Maybe we need to send a signal first, check or just on a, get the player pawn or something, or player control or something, to figure out how much inventory they have, if they are allowed to pick it up or whatever. Because maybe on an item we want to make it, okay, this is glued to the floor, try to pick it up, it doesn't work. And also we want to have a possibility that we need to check if the player has enough inventory before we just destroy and pick it up, right? So there are just so many things to keep in mind. So this is where the verification if can pick up would go. So that's by default, and we just an event graph, we can just plop it somewhere here. I'm gonna pass it in the center so that we have reference to that player. And yeah. Okay. And in theory, at the end, we just destroy the actor, right? Because the item needs to disappear. So there's no way around that. And this will be only if that actually happened. If not, we're not doing that. Alrighty. So that's that. But then we have one more thing with a signal receiver, right? What happens if we just highlight the element, right? If we select it. So this is where I would want to actually research how do I make an outline about an object, right? Because in so many games, when you look at something, it will show a highlight around it to just tell you, okay, this is the thing that you're interacting with. So that's that. So let's do a little bit of that, a little bit of research. And this will be probably the best to look for on YouTube or something. So new tab, youtube.com. We're live. That's funny. So let's do Unreal Engine, outline, shader, material, shader. Whatever. It's gonna lead to the same thing. So how to create outline shader? Outline material, 5-minute shader. There we go. Let's see. I guess I need to share the audio. Give me a second, and there we go. We should have audio.
Hello. In this session, we will add a border to characters or objects using material.
Okay, that's a weirdly moving thing.
First, to create a border, generate a material. Set the blend mode to masked for displaying the inner part of the mesh with the opacity mask and check two-sided. Create a two-sided sign node to differentiate both sides of the material.
Okay.
Connect the 1- node to the two-sided sign. That, so the presenting a gradient in the to create a vertex normal node. Create an add.
Okay, so that'll be our material, right?
Next, locate and click the character's blueprint to open it. In the construction script, create an add skeletal mesh component node to set the border for the character.
Oh.
Drag the mesh component set for the character, generate a get relative transform node, and connect it to the add skeletal mesh component node to match the created skeletal mesh's position, rotation, etc.
Copy the existing mesh displayed with that thing.
Then, create a variable to call the add skeletal mesh component node at any time.
And he's making it to show up only on back faces. That's skull mesh. Set skull
Connect
mesh.
it to the get skeletal mesh node, main character, instance class node, and character node and connect it. The Unreal Engine character has 2 material slots, so generate 2 nodes and set the slot.
Okay, so this is not really an outline. This is not something I wanted. This is some weird way. I want an outline for a selection that you can see through walls, highlight any object.
Hello, in this video I'm going to show you how you can create an outline effect for any object in Unreal Engine, and you'll easily be able to change its color and the line thickness. And we'll go over how to make it so if you go near an object, an outline effect will appear, but if you move away, then the outline effect will disappear. Subscribe to my website, Unreal Unity video. Hello, and then if I just call this our outline mode to be masked, and change the shading model, click and look for.
So we just make the material that's always the same color.
Connect this into here, and connect this into the world position offset. This will be how thick our line is going to be. Okay. Then to decide our line outline color, we can just right click and look for, and just go up.
I'm gonna copy paste the whole thing.
This cube should have an outline effect. And if you easily want to create more outline effects, we can just reference.
Yeah.
I can make it.
How do you?
And we can and I can make it a lot more thick. So maybe I can make it like 10. And tabs.
How do we add it to the cube?
Let's just drag this onto our cube, and we just want to expand these two tabs, and make sure that they're both checked. And maybe I can change the line color. I'll just call this my outline material. Go create material instance. This, and if I just drag my outline material into here, this cube.
Overlay material. Oh, there's an overlay material. What?
Cube should have an outline.
I've never heard about that. So wait, I have this thing, right? I want to see if maybe here. Static mesh. Rendering. Where's rendering? Rendering. Advanced. We have override materials. Overlay material. Translucent material to blend on top of this mesh. Mesh will be rendered twice. Once with a base material and once with overlay material. Oh, I see. Huh. Interesting. So that I didn't know that that's like a built-in functionality, and then you can have an overlay to put some effects on top. Max draw distance, if it's visible in render captures, and real-time sky capture, ray tracing, main pass, render main pass. If true, this component will be rendered in a main pass, Z pre-pass, base pass, whatever, and receives decals. How interesting. But the thing is that this will still show the item in a different way, right? So let's just quickly recreate the thing that they did there, right? The folder, whatever, with new material.
And change the shading model to be unlit.
Okay. I just want to try it out, how it behaves behind the things. Because I want also the whole outline of item to be visible, even if it's, shoved in something. Something that you can see, for example, in Satisfactory, for example, right? Or even here, if I'll select this, I still have that outline going beyond there into this object. See, you can see the line that, oh, this thing is being selected. So I want exactly that. So let's go here. Items, right click, material, okay? M_item, highlight, overlay. Okay. And we make it, surface, opaque, unlit. All right.
Make sure that it's two-sided.
Okay, two-sided, sure.
Next, we just want to right click and look for two-sided sign, and then just drag off here. This will make it so the front facing side of the material is masked out. Next, we're gonna
Oh, so we see only the backside, it's so that we don't draw anything in front of the model. Huh. Okay,
right click
I
and
see.
look for
1 minus x. Two-sided sign. 1 minus, right? And we'll go to opacity mask. Wait, I don't have opacity mask. Oh, because it's masked. Okay. Oh, alright. Okay.
vertex, normal, world space, and then we just want to drag up here and look for multiply. And we want this one. Then right click again and look for a scalar parameter value and just call this line thickness. Make sure that this has a default value of something like
Okay,
1.
so vertex normal, that will be in some kind of unit. Okay. Vertex normal, and we'll be just doing multiply, right? This times a scalar, so we just put it here. And line thickness. There we go.
Pick our line and look for a constant, call it color.
Okay, and we'll just do the color. Alright, that makes sense. Oops. Okay, so this will be color. That will go to emissive color, right? And we're gonna start by default with something like pink so that we know that it's the wrong color.
I'm just going to make mine red for now and connect this into, and let's say I just select this, there should be something, this cube should have an outline effect.
Okay, so this default value will be, let's say, 1. Okay. I wonder if that's 1 centimeter. Because that could be a difference too, that depending on the distance and whatnot, that value changes. Which could be not fun. So, okay. So let's go to item world item base. In this static mesh, we're always adding the rendering overlay material. And it will be, I don't want to see the engine content anymore. Okay. Alias reference. Turn it off. There we go. There we go. Okay. That doesn't show up. I mean, this one has some kind of something, right? This one doesn't anymore, I guess, because it doesn't have the defaults from the other one anymore. I changed the static mesh, and I mean, it shows here. I guess I need to just recompile it. What the heck? Why doesn't this one have it? Well, this one has. And again, I kind of don't like it because it highlights even inside of it. So this is like a hacky way of adding more of outlines for something like, you know, a drawing, hand drawing, right? But not an outline overall. And this also makes it shine pink. So we just made a cyberpunk cube, neon cube. While this one just straight up refuses to show it. Yep, this one just, nope, I'm not gonna play with you. Okay, so I think that's a wrong approach. So let's, on engine, item, highlight, yeah, it says without post process, but I think I want the post process, right? Hmm. With outline and Unreal Engine.
Hey guys, and welcome back. Is like so. Between these appends, what I'm going to do is
With and
have the
whatnot.
corresponding addition nodes going straight into their
What
UVs.
the hell's
So the
going on
first
here?
now is actually going to be post process. Is going to go into a multiply. So let me actually just
Okay, so
move
that's
this
gonna be the post
cat
process,
and just
right?
place it over what you want it to affect, what material. But even if you don't, it works. So let's also save this now,
Highlight
like so.
material.
Now this might not look like much at the moment in the preview, but this should look different once we actually get this onto an object in our scene. Click choose asset
Let's
reference,
proceed.
and then we want to
Material.
choose
Okay, so this
material
is probably what I
like so.
want, right?
Set up this cube to have a highlight on it. So if we select the cube, what we can do is remove the unbound search there and search for something else. And that wants to be render custom depth, and we can just tick that there like so.
Okay.
Now if we were to unselect this, you'll notice that's still not actually been highlighted. And I think the reason for that will be I've actually forgotten one tiny thing. If we go back into our material, go to param_1 that we have here going into the multiplies. I left that as a default value of 0, however it was meant to be -1. So my apologies, I did miss that there. And we can just press apply now, like so.
Alright.
And it still looks like it's not working entirely, and I wasn't too sure why there's an outline on there, like so. Like so. And what we can do is also go over here to change the width. So let's also put it as 1, hit apply, see what it looks like. And notice we now get something which looks a little bit like this. And actually, I've just realized why it
Hey.
wasn't working. It wasn't to do with the size of it not covering the cube. It was the camera. The camera wasn't in the post-process volume. I completely forgot that for some reason. This is the first thing I've done real this morning, so you have to excuse me
Right.
for
So
forgetting that.
this is
We
something
can now
more like what I
change these
would want,
values
right?
like how we want. So it's
You
a lot
can
easier
then
to
just make
change
the
like
cube
this. So I'm just going
select
to reset these all
itself, like,
back to
okay,
default
I'm
though,
part of it,
like so.
or I'm not. I can
So I think that'll
animate
be it
that
for this video.
whole
As
thing.
we've done everything we've wanted to do, this is very easy to customize as well. So again, you can change the color and the
Why are
intensity and
his
everything which
cubes
I've just
just
shown you. And you
jiggling?
can also change when these will be highlighted. So if you want it to just be when you're close enough, or when you're hovering over it, or anything like that, that's very easy to set up. I won't be doing that in this video as this has already gone on for quite a bit of time. So
I
sorry
wonder
about
if I
that.
have already some kind of effect like that somewhere in a library. Let me check that because, I have a million assets. Let's see if we've got everything. Anything. Category. Code blueprints, community materials, visual effects. So can I just unselect all and go to visual effects? So no, 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 no. Nothing like that here. Let's do all. Okay. Outline. Hmm. Okay. No such thing. Is there a marketplace with something for free? Because I just don't feel like building the whole thing right now. Outline. Outline material pack. Gosh, these are all so weird. Distance field outline. That looks fun. What? Got this, that, and we turn into that. Huh. Custom material expressions and whatnot. But where is it shown to be highlighted? Because nothing here is showing highlighted. We don't have a video. Demo, quick setup page. Yeah, we don't have a video demo, unfortunately. Which is surprising, to be honest. But this... Hey, Taras. Oh. Ah, I see. Okay. Hey Taras. I'm doing well. Did I increase streaming quality? No, I haven't touched a thing. It lags for you. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's my internet doing weird stuff. Because my YouTube for time to time is just logging in, so that's weird. Huh. Not sure. OBS is not suggesting that there's a problem with something. So I have no idea how it works. Oh, it shows low. Ah, look at that. I'm dropping frames like crazy. Why is that? YouTube is fine. Oh no, sometimes it goes down too. Because sometimes 14 megabits, sometimes it's 2 megabits. What the heck? It's not stable. And Twitch, whoa, is really low. That is odd. I better check my internet. Okay, on Twitch it's only showing 1440p. Yeah, because that's what I'm trying to stream. So this is interesting. I'm just gonna quickly check my router if everything is okay here. Traffic analyzer, this is not real time, right? Nothing is uploading other than my computer. Okay, my internet must be wonky then. Very strange. Huh. Yep. Sorry about that, but thanks for pointing it out. Ay, ay, ay. So let's just get back from that because I would like just a simple post-process effect. Auto mesh outline. This is all like. Is there something for free? Let's do free. Player start outliner shortcuts. Nope. Highlight. Enter. And again, free. Nope. Okay, we're gonna follow the tutorial and just call it a day. Because I prefer that post-process effect, and if we'll be able to get it and just switch it around, it's gonna be a win. Taz says, I knew because I usually set my Twitch to 140p. Okay. And I saw you crystal clear. Alrighty. Well, I don't know why, but hey, expand the internet. Not commercial line, not great. Am I a fan of keyboards? Not really. I mean, I like keyboards for what they are. I couldn't live without one. But not really, not really getting into is all customizations. I'm actually having trouble finding keyboard that's good for me. Because I like ergonomic keyboards. And I like the idea of going, the super ergonomic thing. But at the same time, I know that I want to be able to comfortably just switch to whatever keyboard, when I grab a laptop to flat and whatnot. And Tess says there is a new nice one, Naya Create. Let's check it out. Module keyboard. Okay. Alright. That doesn't look too bad. Wait, with a touch. Oh, with. Ew. I like the idea, but I need my mouse. I need a proper mouse with, the infinity scroll and features. I'm a mouse person. But yeah, definitely. Whatever that's for. Ah, cool. Okay, could be raised. I see. Can Gosh, some other keyboard got founded too. Primogen was looking at that and getting super excited. I am using this one. It's somewhat ergonomic. It's like a good compromise between the flat one and fully crazy ergonomic. So I'm somewhere in between worlds. Works for me. I actually like the not deep. I actually like keyboard that's not mechanical. And so far I'm happy with this one. Integrates well. Battery lasts and whatnot, so nothing crazy. Kinesis Freestyle. Isn't Kinesis the one that I'm thinking about? Oh, okay. All right. Freestyle. Oh, there's like 30 different freestyles. Okay, all right. The split one. All right, but flat. All right, I see. Yeah, I definitely need a little bit of that raised. For longest time, I was using the Microsoft ergonomic keyboard. I was using this one for a while. Oh wow, that's a large picture. Wow, the Microsoft Sculpt. Seriously, that's images, please. Yeah, I was using this one for a long time. Okay, can be at an angle. Yep, I see. I was using this one for longest time. I actually got it like for years ago for like a quarter of a price because it was missing the keypad. And then for years before that, I was using the good old other Microsoft keyboard. Oh, all right, I see. Yep, there are lots of those keyboards, and I don't know. Never got too much into them. It just seems like so much money on something like that you end up writing the same, and it's not like at work I'm actually typing for so much time. I'm usually scrolling, going around different projects, searching for how to do that thing, and I don't end up typing, for 12 hours a day. So, not that important for me, to be honest. But hey. And Trust says Microsoft is good with accessibility. Possibly. I'm just waiting for the time where it just plug something in and okay, that's my new keyboard. And I can just type away without typing. That's gonna be the best for me. And I definitely don't want to think of, what would you call it? Like saying aloud. Some people like talking to their phone. I just hate it. And Tara says, do you want to see first pseudocode of my SQL dialect? Sure. Send away. Where do I find it? That might be actually fun. I don't know if you'll be able to paste in links, by the way, because that's always kind of broken. So I don't know if you want to direct me somewhere. In the meantime, I'm gonna scroll here to where I want to start with, because we'll need to go through creating that material. But maybe I'm gonna find a better one. Highlight post process, because I want the post process. This is 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago.
In this tutorial, we're going to be covering how to make this hot
Yeah, it's roughly the same material, right?
split the red.
Everyone's recreating the same thing. Huh. Oh, Taras, I think you tried to paste on Twitch. GitHub.com. Alrighty. .com/SQL/Sikach. Okay. Okay, you're getting busy. You're writing long readmes and everything. Okay, language design. The end goal of the project is to have the following code. Create table to do. Okay. ID int not null, auto increment, and text not null. Okay. And create view to do screen as. Select UI column, select UI row. UI column and UI row. Okay. And text. Oh, by with selects, we're creating some kind of column. So it will be basically H box, horizontal box. Here we'll do vertical box, UI text. So, okay. And item from, because we go down here. Item, and then we have button, text, and on click. And we have a lambda functions for defining what happens. Delete by the ID. Okay. And then from, okay, this is where it's already losing me, SQL. And we have union, select your row. I need to do. Okay, and this. All right. UI text edit for that one. But how does it know what is what the text is? And then we've got UI button, add, insert, UI find element, add to do text. Okay, I see. Oof. Maybe if I knew SQL a bit more, I would actually figure that out. Understand a little bit more. Now we basically add to the item with the value this and delete. Okay, I see. Compile the two artifacts, server and client. Client will have UI and several host database and push data to the client as well as accept, insert, and delete requests from the client. Hey, if you could make it work, then wow, okay, because this is gonna be fun writing parsers, right? Yeah, because you can't rely on whatever SQL is gonna be made for SQL, right? This will be so much writing from scratch, basically. And this is not trivial, in my opinion. Sure, you have a, okay, this is a function, this is that, but then we have, okay, this could be either this or could be that, and recognizing it. Yeah. I wish you good luck. Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy working on that. I thought for so many times, yeah, I'm gonna write a language and it's gonna be fun. Because it's gonna be my language, I'm gonna learn how languages work and everything. But the moment I look into analyzing, dealing with ASTs, getting from this to an actually AST, that problem. And then optimization, whatnot. Oof, fun. Yep, you would have some fun with that. Nice. Hey, I'm glad there are people who actually can have fun doing something like that. I'm kind of dreading the fact that I'll need to do something really, really, really simple for the NIM project soon enough, which is what was the name? JSON versus CBOR. Let's search for that. Concise binary object representation, right? Wow, this is very bright. And this is, okay, this links to the specification, right? But this is kind of like JSON. The only thing is it's binary. I looked at the code. It's not too bad. And Tara says there's Antler and Bison to help with ASTs. Yeah, I mean, there are tools for ASTs, but you still need to write some kind of something that defines the syntax of your code and then transfer from one to the other. If I'll go to nimlang.org, for example, I played around with it a little bit. Go to documentation, standard library. I'll spot it relatively quickly. Somewhere here. String handling. This is just that. Math libraries, internal protocol, threading, parsers. And pegs. Procedures and operators for handling pegs. I think I was looking at that. Parsing, expression, grammar. Matching. Uses no memorization, but uses super operators and symbol inlining. And you have this whole syntax for how to define things. And a bunch of other macros. So you can say, hey, my grammar is this, and identifier is that, character set, all that stuff. Built in, what is a comment, definition for things to ignore and whatnot, and you then can basically easily do stuff with that, right? Whatever. Basically, parts of NIM specification, like different parts of NIM language, are actually defined as grammar in this style. And that's what is, I believe, used in the backend to generate the AST for that. So that's probably an equivalent of the Antler and Bison. So, yeah. I did research a little bit, just, when I had the million times where I wanted to make it my own language. It's just, AST is just the beginning. But if you would use JavaScript, you will probably have a lot of tools already made for you that you can just utilize and hack it together. And even though it's not optimized, it could just work. So yeah, you could do it. I can see that you could do it. Because we've got this and that. Yeah, that looks good too.
Welcome to part 3. Today we're gonna add
we have the outbound material.
outer material. We're just
Oh, look at that. We have pictures so that we can actually see it. Huh. Do we have a link to that? Some of the inventory system, good outlined material. Same as in the video, but would recommend this one more at the moment. Post process and blendable location. Where did it open? BlueprintUE.com. There we go. There's a graph, and it's a graph, right? Look at that. People actually made Unreal Engine blueprints in a way that you can just edit them in the browser. So I should be able to just grab this and copy, right? I hope. Is there right click to copy? No, Control C to copy. I can't see it not working that way, although I don't see copy button. Go to embed, click the button above the blueprint into your clipboard. Click. Okay. So I should be able to just go. Yeah, I mentioned JavaScript. Yeah, with JavaScript being dynamic and having million tools, you could probably do a lot of stuff quickly. So let's create a new material, right? Item, highlight, post process. We're just gonna call it like that. And can I just Control V to paste it? Yes. And how's that? LERP just connects to emissive color. All right. There we go. Reformat. And that's how it reformatted it. Holy moly. Maybe without reformatting. That automatic reformatting is horrible. Okay. So then we have recommendation to set it to set the material domain to post process and blendable location to before tone mapping. Okay, material domain to post process. So select the thing, material domain post process. Okay, that's already getting rid of errors. And tone mapping. Wait, blend mode. Wait a moment. Possible and blendable location to before tone mapping. Where the hell is blendable location? Post-process material. Blendable location. Before or after tone mapping? Before tone mapping. Okay. So many spots. Replacing the tone mapper after tone mapping. There's no before tone mapping. Oh no. Scene color after bloom. Before bloom. Oh, like after bloom. Post-process material replacing the tone mapper to modify the scene color runs at display resolution. Okay, we don't have before tone mapping. Interesting. We'll see how it works in that setting first, right? And Taz asking, do you know how much documents does describe SQL Starter cost? No idea. Is it one of those where you need to actually order a book? I have no idea where to start. I'd assume it's free, but probably it isn't because it's some kind of weird situation from eons ago. Okay, so we've got this thing. And reformatted itself anyway. Oh well. I'm not even trying to understand the thing in the first place. So let's just see what this guy is doing with this.
Just do that. Yeah. Just click this material. Now I should able connect this to do. We need to switch this to post process. And then scrolling down and here for post process material blendable location, it's by default on after tone mapping. Changed it to before tone mapping.
We don't have that. So something changed recently, probably. Very interesting. Oh well.
And save. Just add one. I will just.
So we're just gonna do that, right? Post-process materials, and that's that. So, don't we already have some kind of post-process something? Post-process volume. There we go. We already have one, and we can go to find the post-process materials, right? There we go. Let's add our there we go. Post-process. Okay, blending 1.0. Okay. So now what?
Here. to let it work is going to just for custom dev. And here, custom dev stencil pass is enabled.
Okay. Stencil pass. Depth. Oh, this will be probably in project settings, right? Custom depth. Stencil pass enabled. Okay, so all that is good.
So otherwise it won't work properly. So make sure you're setting it to enable.
Ooh, enabled with stencil. Huh. Okay.
With stand. Let's try by adding a to this thing. Just search here for custom dev. Render custom dev pass. Set it on true. And we need to change the value maybe to a different value than 0. So for example to 1.
Okay.
You can see here.
So let's try that. Okay, we've got that part. So what if I'm gonna grab this object and just straight up custom dev pass. There we go. We've got a white outline. Oh yeah. Okay, this is progress. This is a lot of progress. In the future, I can modify the material to make it to be more fun. So when I'm playing, this would be permanently selected. Okay, beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted. It's even in front of that weird pink thing. All right. So also that means that we can make the base material, I mean the thing to highlight itself the moment it gets highlighted. Great. So on this thing, let's revert it back to normal. And what we're gonna do is in our item base, we get rid of this weird thing here. It doesn't exist. What matters is basically on highlight. Where do we have it on highlight? We're just gonna add a function which will be display outline. Okay, we're gonna make it get something. And Taras is saying that you can't download PDF. Oh, you can download PDF, but each of them is $200, and there is around 10 of them. So $2,000 for that. Okay. Maybe there's a PDF that somebody shared with everyone for SQL specification. You don't need SQL specification. That just sounds like a cesspool of million modifications over the years. I have no idea who's even responsible for managing that standard. That's interesting. Okay, so display outline. Turn on. That'll be the first argument. So basically, what we want to do is grab our static mesh and set render custom depth, right? I'm gonna set it to either turn on or turn off, and that's it. This way we can just in case override it or something, and this will be protected, of course. And this is gonna happen here. So wait, what am I doing? Display outline will go here depending if the selection is started or not. So I'm gonna compile, save, and start a game. There we go. I hover over it, it highlights. And stops being highlighted. The same thing here? Yes. So now we know when we actually start, highlighting the object. So that's awesome. Nothing else works that way, which is, not a big deal because this would need to be added wherever needed. In theory, I wonder if it could do some extra stuff, but at the same time, the whole thing is kind of wiggling, which is really distracting. Why is that? I can see the clouds moving on a cube, in a reflection. That's kind of fun. Oh, Tess says I tried hard to find it. Oh. You can just write your own specification. A simplified one so that you can stay sane. Okay, so this is great that it works, but it's not great that it just jiggles 1 pixel like crazy. What if I'm gonna run it in a separate standalone game? Okay. Starting up. Okay. Here, still wiggles. You can see on top, it's just... And it's distracting because whenever you look at it, it just wiggles. So why is that? Shift F1 or something like that? No. Alt F4? There we go. Huh. Oh, and my bitrate on Twitch is back to normal. I guess Xfinity was having problems. Or was causing problems, probably. More like that. So let's search online. I'm actually done with that, right? Because he does that.
Turn it. Action actor. Basically here, that you have there, and that is on 0.
To just
Try it.
outline and whatnot.
Now you can
Great.
see the outline effect works.
It works great. But I want to search Unreal Engine stencil outline. What is it? It's not when it's like moving. Jiggles. Shaking. There we go. Solved. Silly me. Just fixing my Google search terms led me to answer. Still have a problem with the outline being too heavy, but I think it should be... Weird screen shaking when enable custom post process. You need to set the material blend mode to before tone mapping. This fixes the shakiness completely. Okay, so that's the thing. Which one is the before tone mapping? So I don't want this one. This one, yuck. Got it here in the settings. Material translucency, nanite, post-processing material. So this one doesn't work. Replacing the tone mapper. Whoa, that's gonna straight up replace the tone mapper, right? Now we have... Oh, I'm playing outside of the game again. So let's go in editor, play. Wait, what? Selected viewport. There we go. So without tone mapping, the game looks a little bit different, right? And outline works, still jiggles though. That's not it. It's funny how that material can override everything. Scene color before bloom. Okay, that shouldn't affect anything else. Let's see. Jiggles. SSR input. Post-process material occasion to compose backplate into SSR. What the heck is SSR when it comes to Graphics, I have no idea. And now it just doesn't display at all. Oh no. And now it just does even worse. At least it's here and it doesn't jiggle anymore. But didn't it kind of brighten the whole scene or something? Translucency. This, and there we go. Right? Save it. It looks normal. But what if I'm gonna do this? Suddenly everything's brighter. What the heck? I'm getting confused. And Taras says there is interesting project SQLGLOT and SQL transpiler. It transpiles one dialect to another. Oh, that's handy. Yeah. This way you can. Is it like, I wonder, is it runnable in a browser? Because I would like to try something. So, this thing, if we make it here, no, it doesn't look different, right? It looks the same. Here versus here. Okay, it doesn't brighten it. After depth of field, sounds good. Oh, I saved it and changed the color. Oh no. Everything's breaking. Oh, that's better. Okay, good. Doesn't mean I can just be on my merry way now. Highlights. Highlights. No wiggling. It just looks good. Okay, I am satisfied with that. All right. So now how on earth do I change its color? This one, delete. This one, oof. Color is a parameter. Okay. For now, I'm just gonna change it to, I mean, white color kind of seems fine, right? Edge fall off. This parameter is -1. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna extract it here again and see the differences. So let's say I'm gonna select this button and I'm gonna make it or this one. Okay, select this one and we have some kind of outline. So let's see what happens when I change some of the values. Okay, so we had a color, we have post-processed input and whatever, we don't care about that. This thing, it's -100, -50, doesn't change anything. Okay, so we're gonna leave that. Okay, it doesn't seem to change even if we move away far away, so that's good. Good. And then we've got this thing, it's -1. I'm gonna do -2. Okay, that's the thickness. I do -20. Save it and whoa. It's like this. How odd. Okay, this is a fun material for sure. -5? Still is weird, huh? What if I'm gonna make it just 1? Ooh. Aye. So just -1 looks the best. Because I guess it makes sense for the math, but how do I adjust its thickness then? Oh, there is parameter thickness. There we go. 25. Save. There we go. There we go. There's the thickness. So we're gonna make it to 5. Okay, I guess something like 2 pixels would be fine, or come on. Yeah, we're gonna start with that. I think that's gonna be a good beginning. Okay. So if that's the case, I'm just gonna close it for now and turn this off. So we have the idea of an object that we can interact with. We highlight it and it just highlights a little bit so that we know that we can interact with it. I don't care about the weird corners here and there. It just works for now. So the next step would be to, anyway, I can press E and it just disappears. The same thing with this one. Great. So that's fine. Yeah, that's actually great. Let me start pushing those changes. Because first of all, default game, we have our data table that I want to actually have pushed. We've got this fixed, and our item subsystem is fine. We fought a lot of C++ to get that working. So let's make the item, whatever. Make data table for base game items. Okay. And then I'm gonna push the rest simply as making basic whatever in world item base. Okay, there we go, and push it. So now the next step would be that when we highlight and use the item, it doesn't just disappear. We want it to be added to our inventory. But the thing is that for that, we actually need a place to store that data. So that means that we need some kind of inventory component that we can attach to things. Okay? And by things, I mean that, player can have an inventory. And you could probably have hotbar, you could have backpack, or maybe pockets, whatever. Most likely, we'll just have a grid of elements, and we can link some things to a hotbar or something. That would be my assumption. And then, additionally, you would have a slot for a hen, right? A slot for something else where you move the item there. So we would want to have probably a multitude of those inventories, or probably one inventory as the player inventory for the whatever you're storing, and then additional set like specialized inventory component just for the other wearable items. And then on top of that, inventory could be added, for example, to machines. What's being stored, probably separate inventory for output or input, and then another one for what the contents are, or maybe something for a buffer. There are just so many possibilities. And then I don't know, maybe you want to store something on a shelf, in a chest, in some kind of various containers. That's another place where component for inventory would go. And now I'm just trying to think if there are any other things that would be non-component based. I don't think so. Everything will be component based, right? Yeah, because the only place where we'll be adding the any kind of inventory would be the things in the world. We want to interact only with things in the world, nothing exists, because nothing else would make any sense. Okay, so let's do that. So the thing is that we want the player type inventory and maybe some kind of chest or whatnot, and we want to be able to check if there's room for something in inventory, and we need to also have a concept of a slot, because a slot can hold one stack of something. It can contain multiple items. So I think we're gonna do that in C++. I think. Let me just think. Let's use our Excalibur. This will be Wednesday. We're gonna have one more on Wednesday to implement requires and a few extra things. We're doing this here. We don't need that anymore. And we're doing this, and we don't need that either. So what we need now is that, these are some colors. Let's just make it white, normal, solid, and nothing here. Sure, maybe something like this, right? So this is a slot item. So our inventory will have a bunch of those slots. Let's just make whatever. 4, and we're just gonna make a little bit more. So this could be some kind of inventory, right? All we just need to do now is just put a border around it. Let's put it all the way in the back. We don't need any fill on this one. And we just put a text that this is, player inventory. Okay. There we go. This is the player inventory. They are so massive. Tara says, I like sleep button on my keyboard. I actually am missing that because that'll be fun. Yeah, just press sleep and your computer goes to sleep. Although I'm not using that button, or wouldn't be using that button on my current computer, as it acts as a server too, so it can't go to sleep. It never sleeps. Okay, so let's just make it a little bit smaller. More manageable. So we have an idea of a player inventory, right? It has slots. Then additionally, those slots would be used in something like, you have helmet, you have armor, you have legs, maybe boots, and maybe you want to have something in one arm and the other, and maybe we're making it an RPG or whatever. You have slots for rings, right? So this will be equipment. Okay. Equipped stuff. So that's another use of the same kind of concept. And then when you open a chest, you have exactly the same thing here. Player, this will be chest contents. Or maybe you want to have some kind of machine that you're operating, right? So let's say this will be a Minecrafty furnace, right? You're gonna have some slots here. Okay. So this is the output. Maybe you have also a slot here for input. Maybe this is a fancy one. It allows you to have 3. Furnace output. And you have input. And maybe we want to go full on satisfactory route, and maybe we have additional, let's say, modules, and sure, and power. Because that could be a thing, right? Modules, power, or fuel. There we go. And suddenly we have so many slots just for the machine. So in any case, we operate things with slots, because you can think of a slot that, you know, we have an item. Let's just put a mega large I inside, right? And we make it like this. So we can place an item here, maybe another item here. We could add auto sort, but the items stay where you place them, right? We have some fuel here, or we have something automatically generated in a chest, or we put it there, right? So those items can fit into slots. So a slot would be basically what we could define as a slot. All right, I'm just gonna make it larger and say this is a slot. And let's just use normal color. So this is a slot. And slot basically item. Okay. All slot does is it points at item. There we go. A slot will just point at an item. So it's a pointer. If it doesn't point at anything, we just have null pointer, right? That's it. And Tara says, I'm falling asleep. See you. Thank you for checking my pseudocode. You are the first person. Awesome. Now I need to find people who actually can appreciate some SQL syntax. And have a good night. Alrighty. And I'll continue with my C++ adventures. It'll be pain. I'm learning C++ without learning C++. That's the thing. Okay. So the slot will be literally just a pointer. And then inventory would be a collection of slots, right? And it could be just a list of slots, and the way we display them or operate on them is purely up to the component that we define. So we would need to have a base component that defines a... No, let's just start with a slot, okay? Because what else do we want to do with a slot? In theory. In theory, we don't need to check anything with a slot, because slot is just a slot. You can put an item there, so it can point at an item, or it can not point at an item. So that's it. So I don't think we need to have a concept of a slot, because here slots will be just numbers, right? Here the slots could be named, while here you could have sets of slots, so they are just a base type. It's just a pointer. Okay, all right, that makes sense. So, So I guess various types of inventory would need to be able to specify if something that we want to insert can be inserted or not. Because if we look at the player inventory, right? If we look at an example of a player inventory, the way it works that we want to put this item in there, right? And it's like, can we? And it says, yeah, we have slot here ready. Go for it. Then sure, we have another, go for it. Until we fill all of them up, right? Until we get to the point where we fill this slot, and then we fill this slot, and then we want to put another one. It's like, oh, sorry, we don't have any more room. But it's not that simple, because it also needs to check, you know what, if you want to put this much, can we add item here? And yes, fill it up. Do we have rest, room for rest? So because we're dealing with stacks, the item is not just big I. The item has also the stack number. I mean the stack size, and then we've got so let's say we have 50 of something, right? We have 50 of this one. So if the stack size is max stack size would be something like 200, right? If we want to add another thingy, we don't even need to search for another slot. We know that this current slot already has the item with the same item ID, just different value. Do we have enough for it in a stack? Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna combine it into a single item that suddenly has 100. If we're gonna grab another one that's 100, it would be like, oh, sure, I can combine it and make it to 200. And only then, when we want to add more, it's gonna use up next slot. Of course, player can probably just right-click drag or something to make it back into two separate 100 item things, right? To divide them because they maybe want to move somewhere or whatnot. And then at that point, if we want to let's say put an item that says 200, it wouldn't fit here, wouldn't fit here. So one would think like, okay, we're gonna put it here. No, we will actually need to have logic for, oh, so we're gonna make 100 here and 100 here, right? Suddenly the whole thing becomes less trivial. And I wonder how much of the logic we need to deal with, because for player inventory, that will make sense, that logic, right? For chest contents, yes. For something like furnace output, if we can put stuff in there, I guess maybe you will be behaving more in a style of, you know what, nothing there. And then input, yeah, like makes sense. For modules, they might be, sorry, we accept only modules, so it'll have some kind of filtering here. Same, of course, for input. But what about equipped? That suddenly has a situation where, we might have just the helmet here, right? And we just plop it. You want to add something else? Sorry, the slot is already taken up. Maybe you have, this, and that. So that part is fine. But do we want a situation where, let's say, you also have a slot for magazines, right? And how that operates? I think we would just need to have a concept of having separate inventories. Probably something more like slot set or something like that. Yeah, I wonder if we would need to have something either as a slot set, as we have defined that we have a slot set of those and slot set of those because they are kind of connected. They're one inventory. The same thing with this. While here, each element would be a separate slot set because it has separate filter on it, what items it can allow. But then the thing is, do we want it to have defined as a slot set? Or do we define each one of them as a, what do you call it? As a inventory component, Because when you think about it, player inventory, does it mean this? Does it mean that? Or does it mean both of those? Then you have machine inventory. You could have multiple ones. And then interaction, when you push something or whatever, it would need to know which slot set to target. But the thing that to call it like kind of player, whatever, inventory component could work, and it would be probably the most universal. It would have some kind of, name that you can give it. and then manage it in the overlaying, you know, in a larger component. Yeah, I think we're just gonna call it inventory component, you know? And then that will have built-in bunch of things, and we'll be able to, let's say, disable input. Like you don't want to put stuff into furnace output. Although I would like to be able to put that in, personally. Because sometimes it makes me upset that, oh, I can't take anything. You know, I want to put something temporarily here so I can put something there and do a bunch of other stuff. So, whatever. Or have something like here where you just have only set items allowed in here. Okay. I think we have it somewhat figured out now. So I will actually like to define that in here. Okay. So how on earth are we doing that? So I should be able to probably make it inside the items core module. I'll still go with that. Okay. I'm gonna add Unreal class. So first, let's just make sure that we have everything saved here. Close it. There we go. So items core, add Unreal class. And we're gonna make it an actor component because inventory that doesn't live anywhere in the world itself. It's just attached to an actor. So sure. And this will be inventory component. Okay. Just like that. All right. And here we go. There's our component. So let's just name it a component that has an ability to hold items in slots. The entire inventory is considered a collection of related slots. That's it. A slot is simply a pointer to an item. If it's null pointer, it means slot is empty. I'm just putting it here down so that it's obvious. Okay. So if that's the case, we'll need to have a few things. First of all, do we want to have access to specific slots directly? So I would imagine that because now I'm trying to think, what kind of operations do we want to allow on that? I can see something like, um, because we have two approaches. Either because something will be initiating putting something into the inventory. Okay. So do we want it to have something like, hey, is there a room for an inventory for that? And then if yes, please do this. So that's one option. But the other option would be to just put it here and tell me what would be the result if it wouldn't. Because I'm trying to think, you know, like it will involve some calculation of how the things should be. And that then means that if I'm gonna confirm like, okay, there's room for that, great, do that again. I guess so, right? So let's do can add component, can add item to inventory? Question mark. Then add item to inventory. That's one thing, but then the other thing will be that we actually want to be able to also specify specific slot. Because the user might want to just drag to a specific slot rather than overall. So can add item to specific slot and then add the item to specific slot. Then we want to support something like take some of the item from the inventory. The entire would be just, you know, whatever. And then we have yeah, from the inventory or from the specific slot. And then I don't want something like remove because I just want to take. And if I want to put it in another slot or whatever, that doesn't mean, because take is kind of like already a way to divide. So this way we wouldn't need to have any division stuff. Excuse me. So yeah. And in theory will be clear slot. Okay. And then in the future could be, you know, like, oh, let's how to manage of this, how to manage of that, whatever. But we got adding overall, adding slot, taking overall, taking from a slot, checking if something gonna be added to a slot or the whole inventory. So it's basically the same logic as add of calculating, just without actually adding. And clearing. Clear slot. Clear inventory, whatever. And basically check slot data, right? Because one thing will be take would mean that we get how much you took, and then we save automatically, you know, update the slot how many is left. Well, get slot data will be one thing, and then will be get inventory data will be give a list of all items that are in the inventory and how much of each. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we can live with that. So I will basically may need to start. So the whole idea is that we don't give direct access to the slots anywhere. In theory, the protected could do that, right? So we would have T array of we don't have the item instance defined. Huh. So if I go to item subsystem, we have this whole item definition. Can I actually make it like create derived struct, factor this, save delete? I don't have actually extract because I want to know if I can move this ustruct out of this header file because I would like it as a separate thing. So let's try to do that, okay? I'm gonna wait, not dependencies. Public add new struct. Wait. Add new file. And this will be item definition. Okay. And of course, let's make it shift F6 or something. Yeah. So H. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is copy this. Probably just copy this whole thing. We don't need that and this will be item definition generated H. And suddenly I could, in theory, just grab this. And let's see if I'm gonna do that. Then I have to probably update stuff here, right? This thing, there we go. That's gonna be included. Now it's happy. Or do I need to update something here too? Not this one. This one. I don't think so because I'm already including header file, right? Okay, great. So if that's the case, let's see if it still compiles. It compiled. Great. So I can have item definition separately. That means I can create another file which will be item instance.h. Okay. And this will be very, very, very similar because it'll be a struct. Okay. It'll be just item instance. F item instance. Okay. And this won't be table row base. No, 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 no. We don't need that anymore because this will be just dynamically created and deleted. So we've got our generated body. And so we need our unique ID, right? But something like name or description or max stack size. I don't know. At least those two. Yeah, because I wonder how much we actually need to copy and how much is fine just reaching out to the other thing. We'll just go on and always reach out somewhere else, right? So things like icons and everything else, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we have our unique ID that can point us to the actual F item instance. Okay. We can get it. And then additionally, we want in 32 stack size, right? So this will be the current stack size of the item. Non-existent. Stack size is 0 and should be removed from the inventory. Okay. Stack size of the item smaller or equal the max size from item definition. There we go. So those will be our stack size. And do we have anything else right now that we want to worry about? I don't think so because we don't have the concept of durability or anything else really. So yeah, item instance. Okay. There we go. I'm not sure how to categorize them yet, but that's it. And constructs have some additional things because it would be nice if a struct could have a, what do you call it, some kind of functions attached to them, at least a static function. Can I do something like maybe not even you, sure, you function. Okay. And we're gonna make it get definition. All right. And we'll make it depend on the definition. Wait, what? Come on. It's thinking. But someone tells me this won't be happy because because uFunction can't exist on this. So we'll just say, nope, doesn't exist. It's all good. Okay, this is good enough. So if that's the case, it compiled. That means that in our inventory component, we can make the TRA of uItem instance. Okay, and this will be the inventory slots, okay? And F item instance, okay? Not U item instance. For declaration, include, let's do for declaration here, and that's it, okay? Because that's all we need, really. So if we've got our T array of slots, okay? That will be some kind of length, number of them. In theory, that number could increase, decrease. So let's add to do add slots. Okay, and remove slots. All right, just so that we have those situations where maybe player upgraded their backpack or something, and we added a slot. Maybe they did something with another item and it removed a slot, and therefore an item got dropped or something. Okay. So that's good. So now what? So we've got those slots. I wonder if we should make it just start with nothing, and then as we create, for example, some basic specific size or something, we basically make it on begin play, put that here, load that much here, and whatnot. Okay. So we don't create any number of slots, really. The only thing that I would want is the actual, have this set, right? Can I just do that? If yes, that would be awesome. And I don't want tick, I don't want the begin play, nothing of that sort. Okay. So let me just see if I can go to. I forgot what was it. Alt F10, Shift F10, Control F10. And no idea what I just tried to do. What was the shortcut for that? Navigate. Switch header. Oh, just F10. Not a shortcut like with something else. Okay, no begin play and no ticking. Okay, I don't want to. Can't ever tick. False. All right. We don't want that. Okay, that makes sense. So in that case, we basically, let's start with add slots and remove slots. Okay. And get slots count. And sure. And I would also like to do get item capacity. Sure. So let's go with get slots count. I think that would be a good start. So let's do it will return int 32, get slots count. Okay. And blueprint callable and everything. There we go. So get slots count and that's it. It just returns number of slots in the inventory. Gets the number of slots in the inventory, no matter if they're empty or not. Okay. So this will be a real simple one. Because all it's gonna be, just return that. Okay. This says that this could be a constant, but I am not going to do that because that will mark the function as pure and therefore not work. Okay, so we've got our get slots count. Can I compile it? Please tell me I can compile it. No, I cannot. Use of undefined f item instance. F item instance is here. It is defined. Okay, this is unhappy about something. It's like, it's as if it wasn't registered somewhere. And inventory component H number 9. So maybe we just need to actually define a little bit more here. Just do the include. Okay. And now it's happy. Okay, so f struct will be just including it, not just doing other stuff. Unless now after it generated, what if I'm gonna do this and use for declaration? Will that change it? No. It just needs to be defined here, and now we're good. Okay, at least we know now. Alrighty, so we got the get slots count. So I would like to do the and 32 add slots. Okay, and how many? So this will be basically number of slots to add, returns total number of slots of the inventory after adding new slots. There we go. Do I even want to return that, or is it like a totally pointless? Maybe it's totally pointless. Let's just avoid. Let's just avoid those weird things. Okay. Adds give a number of slots to the inventory of empty slots to the inventory. There we go. So let's add an implementation. And the way it's gonna work is that slots dot add 0 adds new items to the end of the array, possibly reallocating the whole array to fit. New items will be zeroed. There we go. And number count, right? How do I scroll here? I guess I can. There we go. Okay. And I want the count to be constant. There we go. And what is it happy about? Void. There we go. And this needs to be void. Okay, now it's happy. Get slots count. Wait. Oh, I removed it from the wrong spot. There we go. Now it should be fine. Yep. So this is good. This is good. So next one will be we add slots. So now will be remove slots. Remove slots. Okay. And this is gonna be less easy because here when we initiate the remove slots, we'll be removing them from the end. And that also means that we need to return a list of items that were actually removed thanks to that. So it will be T array of F item instance. Okay, that will be the return. I don't know if I need to make it as, because T array is an object, right? Class T array. Oh, because it's template, it doesn't specify its type or something? You serious? I don't know. We'll see. Count will be the number of slots to remove. Then we've got to return items that were removed from the inventory. Okay. And then we have description will be basically removes a given number of slot from the end of the inventory. There we go. That makes sense. I hope. So this is gonna be more interesting now, because we need to start checking if the slots are empty or not. So it will be less empty. Hello, CPN. How are you doing? I'm C++ing. Okay, so let's do that. Removed items will be the right. Yep, we create a new list of those items that we're going to remove, and then basically we need to walk back through the last few slots to see how it goes, right? Interesting. Yeah, let's try to do a for loop, okay? And 32, and this will be the slot index. Okay, so it'll be from no, we're going, oh, because we'll be going down. Ay. So let's do just I from however many we need to go through, right? From 0 until it's less than count, and that's it. All right. And CPN says I'm doing good. What's going on now? Now I'm trying to finally make inventory a component for the game. We have defined the item definition. That, you know, was the unique ID, was the name, description, max stack size, things of that sort, what's the icon or world class. In world class to instantiate the item in the world. And we also defined item instance, which says, again, what's the unique ID to get the definition, and what is the current stack size. We have, let's say, 20 of it. And later it might be, you know, damage or how much used or whatever. And then we also define some item subsystem that can automatically load up, you know, during initialization, it loads up all the item definitions that we define in the table, and we can request specific item definition. and it's easily accessible from anywhere in Blueprints and C++ because it's a singleton, because a subsystem in Unreal Engine is a special type of system that acts like singletons but manages nicely its lifetime and whatnot. And yeah, now is the inventory component where we have things like add slots, remove slots, get slots count, then adding to inventory, all that stuff. Yeah. Espinas is asking, are you making a complete game or just building different game mechanics? I'm aiming to make a complete game. Yeah. We have the interactions, so that's a first step, and now it's basically okay, we need to go over the rest, and that's that. So let me just do return removed items, try to compile it, and see what happens. Okay, it isn't angry with me. So I should be able to start up Unreal Engine that we just built and see what happens, right? Because we got to the point where we define a basic definition, we come over and it even gets a nice highlight or something like this. But right now we just press E and it disappears. The same thing with this. But we suddenly need to add some kind of inventory so that we keep track of how many items we have on a player. And yeah, and nothing changed here. That part works the same, but it took a while to get through all that to make it work, especially that if we're gonna go into that base item, you can see that we are doing, we're not doing anything with inventory items right now, but in some other instances, we're able to, like display proper item ID and do other stuff, fancy whatnot. So that works, that compiled. So let's continue with our inventory. So the whole idea of remove slots is that we go walk from the last slot, remove it, and if there was an item there, we add it to the removed items. So this way, if let's say if the player was wearing a backpack that increased the number of slots for items they had, and they remove it, I don't know, maybe it was belt or something, we could have it, because this is gonna, remove the 5 slots, right? So it's gonna remove those 5 slots from this inventory and also remove list all the items that were in those slots. So this way, if we remove the backpack, we could either drop all the items on the ground or create a new container that is the backpack that holds the items inside. All right. So that's that. So this could be quite versatile. So if that's the case, so we iterate over the things, right? So we grab the current, we will probably need to get the ID. How on earth are we going to do that? Let's say, and 32 last index will be slots number -1. Okay. So this is the last slot index. And we can just recalculate that every time we go. So how do I get the thing? So let's say F item instance item is, and we do that. So if is valid item, then we want to do something with it, right? Like removed items, add that thing. And then we're gonna remove it. Yeah. So that's the goal. But I know that Unreal Engine here isn't happy that I'm cannot initialize local variable item of type f item with f item instance. So the problem here is that our array Yeah, our array is trying to hold structs, but they will be empty because they can be empty. Huh. What the heck? How does that work here? Spin is asking, there's AI in Raider too. They have their own AI, but I'm using SuperMaven, the same thing that I'm using in VS Code. It's a separate service. Something like GitHub Copilot that works in most of the IDEs. You can't escape it, right? Yeah, it helps me out with me not knowing C++ much. And Unreal Engine much either. So the thing is that how do I get that? Because if I do slots get, I'm gonna say auto. Let's just shove in auto. What is item? Item is actually f item instance. Huh. Okay, so it's f item instance. So it's gonna return a copy of that item. Okay. I see. And therefore, we can just say, well, we can't check if it's valid because it's always gonna be valid. It will always exist. So what we can do is check the stack size, right? So item stack size is larger than 0, right? That means there's something there. So removed items, add this thing. Great. This thing, if init statement, let's not do that yet. So it'll be f item instance. There we go. And then we can remove that slot, right? So there's remove at removes an element or elements at a given location, then shrinks the array. Great. Makes sense. And then what we're doing is we start another iteration. The array already shrunk a bit. And we just repeat the process. And there we go. Okay. And at the end, we can just return the removed items. And we're golden. Okay. This again was somewhat simple. And this is to if init statement. So that would make it if item slots. No, I want it separated so that I can understand it. It makes it a little bit simpler to read. Okay, cool. So we basically have adding slots, removing slots, and getting slots. And I'm gonna order them alphabetically, even though it totally doesn't make any sense. All right. Great. So let's just recompile it and see what happens. Okay, recompile. I'm gonna have Unreal Engine running, so I'm gonna stop it because it doesn't make sense right now. So if we can create slots, okay, that's a start, all right? Then let's continue. So we've got those done. So now let's do clear slot, all right? Because that's another straight up slot operation. We're just gonna make that this item doesn't exist. So let's do void clear slot and slot index, all right? Wait, I need to make those U functions callable from blueprints. That's important. So this will be basically something like index of the slot to clear. Clears the contents of the given slot. If the slot is empty, nothing happens. That's it. And Spin says, see you later. I'm a bit busy dealing with my own projects. All right, good luck on your projects. If you want to share anything, go ahead. I'll be here for probably next hour. Probably not longer than that. Getting tired. Good luck, by the way. Alright, so we have clears the contents, give a slot, if not, nothing happens. Sure. So deletes the contents of the given slot. Let's call it that way, because clears doesn't say much. Deletes means that, okay, you're not recovering that item. Okay, so let's implement it. CPN says thank you. Alrighty, so in here we're just gonna say slot index is new F item instance. There we go. That's literally it. Wow, that was a lot of work. So if that's the case, we can move on. We have also clear inventory, and that will mean that we go over all the slots and just clear them. We call a clear slot on them, and that's it. Sure. So let's do clear inventory. Clear inventory. Please the contents of all inventory slots. Slots are emptied but not removed. Okay. And that's what matters here. So let's do that. And this would basically for all the slots. Okay. We're just gonna do clear slot I. And can I make it inline or something? Change signature. There's nothing here. I guess something like that doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna build it. Building, creating library. Doesn't show that it finished. But the same I can rebuild. What the heck? Okay, I guess that worked. Do I define it here? Doesn't make to put it here as well? I don't know how inlining works here. I saw some other things that it was showing like force inline or something. So the trailing return type. Oh, what? Why? What for? That's so weird. Okay. It's never using blueprint or C++ code. Doesn't matter. I like that it can track if it's used in blueprints as well. Oh, I don't have my phone on me, huh? Okay, so what's next? Get slot data. Sure. So let's just call it get item. All right. We got R and G is here for some reason. So we're gonna move it down here. So it's alphabetical. Don't like the idea of alphabetical here at the same time, but oh well. Where's our get item or get slot here? Okay, so that's good. So we're just gonna do another one, which will be get item. Function f item instance get item. But the thing is that I would kind of want references at this point, because I don't know, I just get a copy, do modifications and send it. As in set it. Okay, that's good. This way we won't have any reference or whatever. We just need to set it explicitly. So that's good. Get item, and this will be a slot index. Makes sense. And that will be, of course, the index will be constant. There we go. So what we're doing here, we'll just return that, and that's it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Makes sense. So let's also do has item. Function has item. And we're just gonna do in 32 slot index. And it'll be very simple. Just check its stack size, okay? And that's literally it. So that's fine, and we're basically adding that this thing here is slot index is the index of the slot to check. Return true, the slot has an item, false otherwise. Checks. There we go. For documentation, those AIs are awesome. So again, this will be index of the slot to get. Return item in a given slot, and gets the item in the given slot. There we go. Cool. All right. So we did that. What next? Can add item, all that stuff. Take some of the item from the inventory. Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit more complicated stuff. Okay. So because this is not that, because even get inventory data, we could have get inventory data consolidated slots, right? And then it will be get inventory data individual slots. Okay, so when we have function like, hey, get me all the items that are in the inventory, right? Like give me a list of them. We could present that list in two ways. First one is where we just list the items that are in the slots that are populated. So that maybe we have 20 iron ingots here. In another slot we have 2 iron ingots, and the third one we have 30 of them. Okay. Well, if we would, another option would be to just consolidate them and just return that, okay, we have 200 of iron ingots, we have 300 of that, we have something else of that. And therefore we consolidate each item no matter how many slots we have for something. So that's a little bit different. And then suddenly is a question, so do we decide how many slots that there is or whatever? Because if we have, let's say, 5 stacks, full stacks of iron ingots, within this consolidated view, do we return the stacks or do we create an invalid item that has maybe more in there? So, interesting, because in some way that could be interesting for summarizing how much of what you have. Like, can I use this? Do I have enough to do that or whatever? So, interesting. Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to implement that yet, because I'm not sure how I'm going to use it. Because then there's also takes some of the item from the inventory, and then needs a flag to on how to handle not enough of item, because sometimes you might have a situation where, let's say control click on an item to transfer it from this inventory to another one. You want to put all of it, no matter if you have enough or not. Or whatever, you try to put something in the machine, you're supposed to have 50, but you have maybe 40. It will transfer it. It will either transfer it all, even though you didn't have enough, or maybe in some other situation might be like, you know what? I don't need to transfer everything, so that this needs the flag too. So we're getting into complicated land. And then we will probably have also, to sort inventory, consolidate, okay? And that's where it respects the other stuff. So yeah. Okay. I'll take a short bathroom break and I'll be right back, probably with an idea what to tackle first. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay, so let's do one thing that I forgot about. Set item. Okay? Because we've got get, so we need to get to set. So do you function as always, and this will be void set item. Okay? And this will be slot index and the actual item. And why does it want to do those funny things again? No. This will be just that. Okay, and yeah. Let's implement that. And what we're going to do here, we just replace the thing, nothing else. I like how simple those basic operations are, because it just gets set and that's it. It's like operating on an array. So slot index will be the index of a slot to set. Items are set, and then we have basically replaces the whatever, sets the item in a given slot. Fully replaces the data, okay, in the slot. There we go. So that is explicit. It fully replaces it. Yeah. So take some of the item from the inventory, or take some of the item from the specific slot. Maybe let's handle the slot first. Like, take from slot. All right, we're gonna try that. Okay. Let's see how that goes. So after set. Let's do it f item instance, and it'll be take from slot, slot index, and count, which is how much we want to take from that slot. And here I would say that let's make it that if we give a wrong number, it's just gonna straight up not allow us to do that. So let's just define it here. So slot index is the index of the slot to take from. Count is the number of items to take from the slot, as in stack. Okay. And then we've got returns item that was taken from the slot with the stack size equal to the number of items taken. There we go. So we take specified amount of the item from the given slot. If there is not enough of the item, nothing happens. There we go. Just nothing's gonna happen. Okay, so if that's the case, we can implement it. And the thing is, not only we define the whole idea of how this thing should operate, and we actually documented it, but also that gives our AI hint on how to actually suggest the things to work. So first we run the checks. So run checks if there's enough of the item. So if the stack size is less than the count, return a new item instance. And that's it. It's just empty. Otherwise, it will be create with the stack size adjusted. So it will be f item instance item is this. And let's say we're gonna do it this way. So this is the item, right? So we're gonna make item stack price, the stack size reduced, but how much we want to remove, right? And we're just gonna set it. And then we're gonna also do item stack size is this and return it. So notice that because this is a value type, when we set it here, we're basically creating a copy of it, okay? And we create a copy and placed it here. So here we can change that item stack size again and remove and return another copy of it. So they should be both a little bit different. So set new stack size in the slot and return the item that was taken. The item with the amount of items taken. There we go. Okay, that was again simpler than expected. Way simpler. And in case these were equal, this will be set to 0, and that's it. So we're good. Yeah. And in this case, I'm not even checking if it's the type or not, because for those checks, the other stuff would be responsible. If it's actually the same type of item or not. Okay, so this makes me happy because this is not bad. So what else can we do in that case with just slots? Get inventory data for individual slots. That could be easy. Can add them to a slot. Okay, can add item to specific slot. All right, so this will be a little bit more interesting. Because if it can add item to a specific slot, so we pass it an item and we check if we can add it to this slot. All right. So it will be able to check for that item if it's the same, ID. In the future, if we're gonna add some kind of, a way that okay, it's a pickaxe, how much it's being used up in it, whatever that is stores some additional data, then we'll be able to add those checks here, and it will work suddenly everywhere. Okay, I think we can do that. Can add item to specific slot. And we will return how much of the item can be added. Actually, G is before H. Clear. Okay, there we go. Function. And we're just gonna do. It's a good question. Let's start with can add item to slot. Slot index and item. So how do we handle the return type? Because one thing is to say true false. Can you add it? Can you not? But the other thing is that sometimes we want to check how much we want to add, how much we can add to the slot. So I wonder if we want to either just make it return as how many items we actually can add, because sometimes we might want to, add partially because you shift click and parts only gonna get added. I think we're just gonna go with the count and 32. So instead of can add item to slot, it'll be count, because this will be similar to item capacity. So on one hand, we could just try to, okay, let's add this item here, see what happens. On the other hand, would be like, okay, let's see if this slot is for that item. If not, do this, do that, do that. Do math outside of the thing and just put it here. Let's kill it. Let's keep it as can add item to slot. And we'll just return integer 32. In the future, we can rename it or something. Okay. So slot index is the index of the slot to check. Item will be item to check. Return item to check. Item to try to add to the slot. Returns number of items that can be added to the slot. If the slot can't hold all of the items, return the number of items that can be added. Okay, just like that. Sure. So basically, checks if the given slot can hold given item and its amount. If the slot can't hold the entire amount, return the number of items that can be added. If the slot can hold the entire amount, return the amount. There we go. Something like that. It's kind of stupid, but I kind of want to have this. Because this way the inventory component can take care of the math that otherwise I believe will be repeated all over everywhere. And this might just simplify blueprints and whatnot. Because this would be already so much blueprinting right now. So basically, if slots index size. So let's first of all say check if slot index is valid. If it's less than 0 or is larger than slot number, return 0, okay? And I will also add a log. UE log fmt. Okay. Warning. Oh. What the heck? What? Why is it suddenly like that? Like structure. Oh. Log of empty. Verbosity. Oh. All display error fatal log warning. Comma. And then we've got tempted to invalid index for inventory slot. Something like that. Just relatively simple, right? So I will need to add those checks to a few other places where we do those because we always want to check that index. It's not costly. We're not gonna be making thousands of operations per second for inventory management, so we can afford a lot of checks. So check if slot is valid, then we're gonna basically make it if so then what? If stack is 0, slot is empty, cannot add entire amount. In theory. Okay. And why did I start with capital letter? Okay. If slot empty, cannot add entire amount. So this way will be fast. And then we're gonna do if slot not empty, calculate how much can be added. Because that means that we'll suddenly need to get the max stack size for that item. But otherwise, we also want to check if the item is the same type. Okay. If item dot unique ID is different than unique ID of the slot, I'm gonna say return 0. Okay, we don't need to put a warning about that because that's not entirely invalid. We might just run through all the slots, find the one that's gonna work, right? Okay, so stack size, that's fine. And then otherwise we need to basically calculate. So let's get the consts. Yeah, and 32 max stack size is gonna be the item dot unique ID. And we need to actually get the subsystem and get it from there. So we do U item subsystem get, and then we're gonna do get item definition, and that's the thing dot max stack trace size. So this is a bit lot. Create member function get. Oh, I can't do that. New item subsystem. We have public static get. So what is the problem here? Oh, we need to give it the U world. Oh no. Get world, right? We can call it from here. Hopefully. Yeah, okay, good. Getter for the cached world pointer. Great, so it's cached, so we don't need to worry about any extra stuff. So as you can see, this is a bit more than I'd like to have here. Because that means that, okay, let's get definition and this and that. It's kind of here, kind of yucky. I mean, it's not the worst. It's just I'd like to, instead of that, to do something like, for example, get item definition. And just do this instead. Still kind of a lot, right? So I don't think we're making any shortcuts here anyway. So let's just keep it the way it is in case we're gonna have it all over everywhere and it's gonna really ugly. Then we're gonna do something about it, okay? In theory, on the blueprint side, it will be nice because it will be one node. Then we got second node. Then we got a third node with this one attached to it. And only then we get. So we got 3 nodes that we could technically replace with 1. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna try to do that. Let's try that. So let's do another thingy. Instead of get this thing like that, let's do something that's gonna be static. And this will be f item definition. Get item definition. We give it const, and this will be, what does have access to world? That's a good question. If I'm gonna go to the inventory component, let's see, U actor component. World, get world, virtual, return world private. So that has its own get world. Okay, but it's override. So what if I'm gonna go to the, wait, where's the actor component? U object. Got that. Get world. Abandon of editor. Checks to see if get world is implemented on a specific class. Optionally overrideable if derived classes. So kind of view object already has get world. Oh. Ah. So. Yeah. So in theory, we could just say U object. Okay. World context object. There we go. And unique ID. There we go. That's what it is. World context object. Huh. So let's just go here and make it U function, okay, because that kind of matters. And we're just gonna make it context. Context object to get the world from. Unique ID will be the ID of the item definition to get. And then it will be return definition of the item with the given ID. And but the thing is, how do we say that, oh, we couldn't get the item? Because if I'm gonna to get item definition, it's always gonna be something valid. Like always. It's just gonna be empty. Definition of the item with the given ID. Empty item. I mean, default definition. The ID. If the definition was not found. Yeah, we'll be just doing a check for, is this valid or not? Something like that. Not a big deal. We can basically check if the name is null or something. So turns out for the given item ID. There we go. Oh, and this conflicts with the other item, other thing. Ay. How do we how do we do that then? Because I can call get item definition on the instance of the subsystem, so that's fine. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't try too hard with the static stuff. You know what? Yeah, let's just leave it the way it is. Because something tells me on the blueprint side, it won't be that bad. Okay? But at least we learned something about the world object and whatnot. We know now that you objects have the get world. Because every object theoretically belongs to some kind of world. Okay, great. So we're doing this. Add item to slot. So we check the slot, and if slot is not empty, calculate how much can be added. So max stack size, and then we're gonna do const in 32 will be capacity will be max stack size minus however there is in there. So if capacity is less than item stack size, then we're gonna return what? If the capacity, as in how much we can fit. It's max stack size minus whatever we already have. If it's larger or equal, item stack size, return item stack size, okay? Otherwise, return capacity, okay? If it's less. There we go. Okay. Okay. What happened? Where's my cursor going? Okay. My cursor is gone for a second. If the capacity is greater than the amount to add, can add the entire amount. Okay. So that's it. We just say how much we can fit. We don't actually add anything. All right. Okay. So I am liking that part. So if that's the case, we can probably move forward to some other one. So we were doing can add. Not to the entire. Okay, so now let's do add item to inventory. Okay, not to inventory, to slot. Okay, add item to specific slot. New function, and it'll be f item instance add item to slot. Okay, and slot index and item. So this will be index of the slot add to item to add to the slot and item that was added to the slot. Whatever, that is the result of the addition. Because if the slot is empty, we're gonna override it. Otherwise, we're gonna just add something. Okay. So then if that's the case, we're gonna just say it add the given item as an amount to the given slot. Because the things will start complicating and changing a lot as in case we will be adding some stuff to the description of the item. Like, you know, the how used up this item is, because then we might not allow to combine them or do something else. All right. And do I want to do f item instance? I need to find something more robust than that, because we want to also have the success or not on a bunch of other stuff. So I'll need to think about that. Probably refactor it a little bit, because blueprints kind of support, you know, we have multiple pins that will be coming out of the node. And on C side, we can just kind of deal with the fact that, okay, we have those ampersands here and there, and I might as well get used to them. But for now, I'm just going to do this. So add given amount to the given slot. If the slot won't hold the entire amount, it will. Okay, so let's not do that. Let's not remove turn the item. We're just going to say full. Okay. If can't add the item, whatever, we'll just describe it in the return. Okay. Whoa. Return true if the item was added to the slot, false otherwise. Okay, there we go. There we go. We can always call get on the same slot for now. Okay, and I make it like f item instance out item. Not really. It would need to be straight up that. Wait. Oh, that's fine. Let's try that. Sure. I just need to add this. That was added to the slot. This will be set to the value of the slot. To the item resulting from the addition. There we go. Sure, let's try that. So let's implement that. So the thing is that we again need to do a bunch of checks. So we're gonna check if the item is valid. Okay. So check if the item type is the same type. That's another thing. So the thing here is that some, if the slot was cleared and there's nothing in it, and we add to it, we should actually override the item type. So yeah, this is gonna be a little bit different. We probably need to adjust this one first, the can add item to slot, because here we're saying like if the items are different, then it's just sorry. So what we can do is basically say if the slots item, okay, dot, because I'm accessing it so many times. This is not necessary. Let's just do it once. Okay. So let's do if item instance, it'll be slot item. Okay. So we can say whenever we have that, okay, well, slot item. There we go. Structured binding. What? Oh, that's different. For now, not. We'll make it update automatically later. So f item instance, we have slot item, right? So if the slot item dot stack size is not 0, and those are different. So if the stack size is 0, we already are fine, okay? Because that means we don't need to check the types because there's nothing there, okay? So if slot is empty, add the entire amount. If item stack size is 0, we'll just say, hey, we're good. Otherwise, max stack size and all that stuff, yeah, that's good. Capacity, max stack size, all this fun stuff, yeah. Okay, I can live with that. I'm not gonna do any structured stuff in the first place here. It's not necessary. And we'll get to other checks first, because this is the simple one, because we're not replacing any stuff, we're not combining anything, so it's simple. But I know that I'll be using the same thing here. So this check can be exactly the same. I'm just gonna straight up do it like this. Okay. We'll just do false, and here will be false. There we go. Because we weren't able to add, but otherwise, if the slot is empty, just we can add the entire amount. So maybe we won't be even doing that. Let's just check if the slot is empty. If slot is empty, replace the item, and that's it. So if slot item stack size is 0, the slot index is the item that we provided, out item is the same thing, and just return true, and that's it. And then we don't need to have that additional check. And then if the item slot wasn't empty, then check if the items are the same type, and then basically calculate capacity. All right. So we do the same thing, max stack size and the capacity. So we've got that part. And now what the hell are we doing here? So the thing is that we're trying to add something, and we checked if we can. If not, how much? So we can basically, yeah, if there was not enough room, then we're just doing that. So if the capacity is greater or equal of how much we want to add, we make it that slots, slot index stack size plus equals this. I don't know if this makes sense. I really don't know if I can just modify the item there like that. This would suggest that I could. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna specify that the f item instance, new item is item, stack size is the capacity, no. If the capacity is larger, so the new stack size will be the slot item stack size plus item stack size. There we go, added. And therefore, the slot's index is the new item, out item is the new item, and return true. Okay, there we go. That's how we're gonna do it. And otherwise, if the capacity is less than the amount to add, we fail. Okay? Return false. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually put it up here. So if the capacity is less than the amount to add, we just fail. Otherwise, was it greater? Otherwise, perform the addition. Okay, and we don't need those indents here. Awesome. Okay, this is not bad. This ain't bad. And the capacity is used only here. Okay. I'll have it separate for now. I like it that way. Okay. This might work. And this out item might be fine. But what we need to do here is basically say that the meta return display name is success. Okay. Great. And this would need to have what? Param display name is new item. Does that make any sense? I don't know if I can set display name right here or something. We'll see. Okay. But for now, I am happy with the result. Okay. Great. So we should be able to add items to slot, add entire slots, and all that fun stuff. Yeah. So let me just go over all those to see if somewhere I can just improve the whole, experience with returning true false and some other stuff. So can add item to slot. So the thing is that here we could say true false if can or cannot, and separately return the amount that kind of, is possible to add. So let me think. Can add item to slot. So let's make it Boolean that yes or no. And then additionally, we'll have capacity. Okay. So let's do return true if the item can be added to the slot, false otherwise. And here we'll have out capacity the amount the slot can hold. Amount of the item that the slot can hold. Okay, there we go. So that means we're gonna need to change things up a little bit. And let's make it the meta return display name will be can add. Okay. So this will be Boolean, and we're gonna have this extra out capacity. All right. So we're gonna follow the same thing. Check if the slot index is valid. If it's not, false. And I guess this would be 0 by default. Check if the item is the same type. So the thing is, do we want to do it here? Because if the stack size is 0, we just say yes, we can, and capacity is everything. So if slot is empty, can add entire amount, right? So if slot index is stack size, so I want to already grab it here. So slot item stack size is 0. Then out capacity is however much we want to place, and we return true. Great. Check if the item is of the same type, so we don't need to check for the stack size anymore. So if it's different, we just do return false. If slot is empty, can add, and yeah, we don't need that anymore. So this will be basically calculate capacity. All right, we've got that part. And then if the capacity is lesser, if the capacity is less than amount of amount, we fail. So, but we're gonna do out capacity is the capacity, right? Because we still want to say how much we can actually fit there. All right, because this will be the hint, like, oh, we want to add 100, but we can fit 42, and then therefore it can be used in other calculations, which would be great. Okay, so that's good. That's good. So if the capacity is greater, we just return the proper stuff. So we're gonna say, otherwise, we can just put however we want it. And I wonder if we can say just capacity, right? Because if it's greater, we can still fit greater. Now let's do stack size, the thing that we wanted to add. This will be a little bit more in line with what we were doing somewhere else. So that's good. That's great. If that's the case, we're good. So I think this one got updated nicely. I just want to add this slot index validation check for other places where we provide slot. Clear inventory, we don't care. Clear slot. Okay. Let's just make sure that the slot is okay. All right. So clear slot. Let's make it return a boolean if we succeeded. Okay. And therefore return false. Otherwise, return true. Okay. So this way we're just gonna return a boolean, and we simply make it return true if the slot was clear, false otherwise. You know, it's just strange to have suggestion that something might fail, but if you give a wrong index, oh well. If we want those checks, we can have checks. Get item for the slot index. Well, this can go worse. Go bad, right? And otherwise, it'll be return true. So, yeah, that's where the fun begins. So we're gonna have bool for here, while here will be out item. Okay, that's what we'll need to do. So out item is this. Otherwise, that. Okay, that's gonna be good. So we just need to adjust this one now here. Bool and out item. What we need to add here is the return display name, which will be found item. Okay, so we're gonna have out item in the slot and return true if the slot was found. If there was an item in the slot, false otherwise. Okay, so that's that. And okay, great. Get slots count. So that's different. Has item, and we provided slot index. So here we can just say false if there's no such thing. Otherwise, we say good. Okay, so that's fine. Get slots count is fine. Didn't you just see that? Oh, wait, here. There we go. So get slots count has item. Get slots count has item needs to be after that. There we go. Okay, we're going nearly finishing. I just want to clean it up, and that'll be it for tonight. So then we have remove slots, and we say how many, and we got the instances. Okay, that's fine. Let's just make sure that the count isn't larger than the thing. So yeah, check if there are enough slots to remove in the first place. So if count is larger than the number of slots, we just need to say attempted tried to remove slot, but there are only that many slots. Okay. But what we can do is basically say, okay, count as that, and this way we're gonna just clear the inventory, right? So do we even do that? Oh yeah, because we need to remove the items, actual items. Okay, that makes sense. This way we're just gonna limit. If not, limit the count. There we go. Okay, cool. Makes it safer. I want it idiot proof. And this way we're also removing some of the bugs, right? Because A, we're gonna get warnings if something weird is happening, and B, we're gonna make sure that the game doesn't crash or produce like super weird results. Okay, here's another one. Set item. We provide slot index and item. So we need to say that it returns full. True if the item was set, false otherwise. Okay, so let's do that. And we just need to check for the slot. So check if the slot index is valid. And valid index for inventory slot and return false. There we go. And here return true. Beautiful. So now we've got two more, or one last one actually. Take from slot. And okay. So take specified amount of the item from the given slot. So this is where we want to return bool if we actually took something. Otherwise, we can't. So this will be out item. There we go. So count out item, the item that was taken from the slot. And then this will be basically true if the item was taken from the slot, false otherwise. There we go. There we go. Okay, and this is out item. So first of all, check if the slot index is valid. If not, just return false because sorry. Wrong index. Then run checks if there's enough of the item. Okay. So if there's enough of the item, so slot index stack size is less than the count. Oh, and then we were returning just empty one, right? So this will be return false again because we just couldn't. Although I would probably make it f item instance. No. Let's do it f item instance. Item copy is this. And item. Oh, I can just say out item is this. No, is the slot index. Out item stack size is that much. So we know if there's enough of the item. So let's say if there's not enough of the item, return false. But include the amount of the item that it's possible to take. Okay, just a little something. All right. And otherwise, set new stack size in the slot. So item is slot index, this and that, and item stack is this. So will be out item is this and return true. There we go. There we go. Cool. So I'm just gonna add a note. If there isn't enough of the item to take, a copy will be made with the amount of items that can be taken. This is purely for and formational and for convenience. There we go. Alrighty. So that's done. These are our slots. Yeah, that's it. So I'll probably be doing some of that throughout the week for next stream. So next stream we can actually start doing the inventory UI probably. And or implement various types of AI. We'll see how much I can do. And of course I'll be testing if all this works because this is actually a lot of code for now. A simple code, but also code where errors could happen easily. So I'll be making some tests. All right. Other than that, thank you for today. Thank you for hanging out with me, everyone. And if you enjoyed the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or follow me on Twitch. It's always very much appreciated. And if you want to hang out with me more, see maybe some updates from the game development as it goes, you can join my Discord, where I'll be posting stuff from time to time. The more the people, the more I'll be posting. to a limit, of course. And we'll continue with our Surreal DB on Wednesday. So hopefully see you on Wednesday. See ya.